like.
Why do you ask questions to which you already know the answer?
Welcome, gentle listener. I am Baldermort, and I wish to introduce you to the forces, factions, and characters of the Warhammer 40k universe. Today, we shall discuss one of the true colossi of the setting, with the return of this character to the real world, as seen in the recent Psychic Awakening book, The Ritual of the Damned. I thought it appropriate to explain the importance of this event, and oh, how very, very important it is. For there are few characters in the present grim darkness of the future who are as storied as the Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights, Kaldor Drago. Long has his return been yearned for by his fans, his chapter, and the scant few forces of the Imperium who know of or remember this mighty titan. With the Psychic Awakening tearing the very fabric of the Imperium apart and threatening to capsize the entire galaxy into the flames of hell, the warp, it is a great blessing to the forces of mankind that he has returned to their number. Please see my reading of the Psychic Awakening book, Ritual of the Damned, for details. I think GW have actually knocked out a corker there, but I'll let you judge. So, gentle listeners, let us lean on existing wisdom to update us on this mighty knight, this true son of the Emperor, for I fear I cannot match the words therein contained.
I'm not going to say no if you want to trade.
To quote, Lord Kaldor Drago,
Not top of the range, but
Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights. The tale of Kaldor Drago truly began during the demon incursion of the world Akralem. Makar the Reborn had led forth a demonic army from the realm of chaos, and would be satisfied with nothing less than the ruin of not only Akralem, but the entire Vidus sector. It was inevitable that the Grey Knights would stand against such a threat. Together with 9 regiments of Imperial Guard and Space Marines from the Astral Knights and Flesh Tearers chapters, the Third Brotherhood of the Grey Knights, in whose ranks Drago fought, descended upon the world. What awaited was one of the most terrible battles of that century. There could be little doubt that if the Grey Knights had not been there, Akralem would have fallen. The tide was only turned by their daring strike against Makar's Warp Fortress. It was here that Kaldor Drago, a freshly ennobled battle brother, made a name for himself. It was Drago who dealt the death blow to Makar, and so cast the demonic horde back into the warp. But the daemon clung to life long enough to place a vengeful curse upon his slayer.
The blight has changed, and our old analyses are useless. This is where you come in. You're going into the transit hub HL 1611 quarantine zone. Find plague residue and scan it for the mutant strain. Recon suggests slight resistance in the area, but keep your eyes open.
Like my move.
Could be worse. Tertium's quite airy as Hive City's go.
Mortalis, that's what this is. A place where soldiers come to die.
Head to the transit
time to earn our pay.
We've had a bit of a problem with the ventilation system in your area, so don't expect to see much.
Hard to see anything in this book. See the enforcers abandon their post. Not a surprise.
No way back! Delivering mercy.
Head inside Headblock Draco. Let's take a look.
Enemy sighted!
Execution warranted. The numbers are significant. Beast neutralized.
There's a release nearby.
Grenade!
Doors open.
This is the quarantine zone's outer edge. Move on inside. I'll call those scan targets.
This is Hadron. Scanning proxy deployed. Auspexes activated.
Station! Magnificent Emperor, my way is lost.
There are answers in this place, but you will require your auspexes to find them. What are you waiting for?
Scan the target as requested.
The area contains local secrets of interest. Upload your findings and proceed. The servo scout is firing new targets. Confirm on its position. Find that servo scout at once.
Please! Please! Target's marked.
That will be sufficient. Upload to the servo scout if so good.
Tracking! Explosive end!
Build the major, fellas!
This appears to be a promising location. Your state scan can now be close. Just for you.
Don't worry, Baldermort.
You're safest together.
Environmental interrogation complete. Return to the servo scout.
You're looking for a door release.
Charged.
Superman Norris 33 down!
Open. At last.
Target neutralization.
Wonder what Gwendo's hiding with all that mystery!
No good can come of this line of questioning.
We know enough to do our duty. Targets identified.
I pray that when they come, our deaths are favorable in the beneficent Emperor's sight.
I'll be happy to go down
Medicaid station!
Concentrate, please!
The marketplace is just below you.
I don't need you to point out my skill, witch! Keep close!
You've reached Hemlock Larinax. Let's see what it's hiding.
Right way, stand!
Here, may we find succor. Hostile!
The foul creature is dead!
Copy that! Emperor's throne. I have missed being in the field.
You mindful Templar. But your obsessions do not tempt you into blasphemous ways.
And how did they do that exactly?
It is said that many arch-heretics started out as righteous folk, but were captured by the sin of pride, or of love for the deed over the purpose.
I wouldn't have that. I'm a soldier.
Have you not yet deployed the servo skull? Inefficient.
Targets marked for them.
Outbreak site identified. Begin investigation.
Rise up, Psycho!
I detect no further data sources in this area. Return to the servo skull.
Neutralization commenced. Yes! Yes! Blow through me! Sniper! Sniper! Elimination
Find truth. Before life, death.
Ranger! Kill confirmed!
Put him in, no choice!
Location box.
Righteous duty! Grandfather.
Target marked.
Contagion isolated and identified. Acceptable.
Time to cut up. Move! You need string strength before you're overrun.
The Gamma 315!
Running elsewhere.
Elimination protocols engaged.
The tools of war are the tools by which the Omnissiah will reshape the galaxy. Go. We both.
Unit operational.
Let me know if you need the longer words explaining.
Well, I suppose it might work out.
Victory is yours this day, mortal. But know that if ever you set a foot upon this world again, you and all who follow you shall walk with damnation for 10 millennia. Makar the Reborn. to Knight Drago. Victory on Akralem saw Drago acclaimed with the rank of Justicar, the first of many such promotions. For 2 centuries, Drago served his chapter and emperor with unfailing distinction. He earned honours and glory, unsurpassed by any Grey Knight before him, save perhaps Janus himself, foremost of the founders whose deeds had shaped the Imperium in its darkest hours. He became Supreme Grand Master in late Millennium 41, following the slaughter of the previous chapter master at the hands of the demon Primarch Mortarion, and in the same battle, he carved his forebear's name upon Mortarion's rotting heart, an insult that the demon has never forgotten. The death of the demon Primarch was quickly tempered by the dark visions of the prognosticators. Drago's ascension to Supreme Grand Master had disturbed the path of fate, though none could foresee the consequences. 2 centuries after Drago's victory on Akralem, an astropathic distress beacon brought news to Titan that Akralem had been invaded by demons once again. Upon learning of this, Drago knew without doubt that Makar had been reborn, and this was the Demon Prince's attempt to bring true his curse. Having so determined, Drago gave word forbidding his chapter to involve themselves with Akralem, lest others fall prey to the doom that was his burden to bear. A duty his battle brothers bore unwillingly, though. To his knowledge, none disobeyed. Yet the world was not to be abandoned to its fate. Drago took ship to Akralem there to meet his unfolding destiny alone. So it was that Kaldor Drago, Lord of the Grey Knights, came once again to Akralem. He spoke few words, yet his grim purpose was plain to behold, as he trod old battlefields, reawakened to flesh slaughter. At the siege of Castle Gorseth, it was Drago who unleashed the Psy flame that swept the demons away, and he who struck down the plague-rotten abomination that commanded the assault. In the Tribarian Valley, it was Drago who held rear guard in the narrowest part of the pass, holding the baying hordes of madness at bay while the Cadian 912th fell back. Survivors of the retreat recount that Drago held that rock-strewn corridor for 2 days, never once missing a blow nor taking a backward step. It would have been hard to judge which side held Lord Drago in the greatest dread, the Daemons for the crippling losses he had dealt upon their kind, or the soldiers and officers of the Imperial Guard, who saw only a silent brute whose armor was slick with the blood of slain Hellspawn. The confrontation between Drago and Makar took place upon the pinnacle of Shadow Peak, before the swirling warp rift from which the Demon Prince drew his unholy power. As Imperial Guardsmen battled against the braying demon hordes, Drago sought his enemy of old, for he knew Makar's death would end the demon's plans of conquest, just as it had so many years ago. On the edge of the rift they battled, the knight and the demon, each using every tactic at their command to break the other's guard. The battlefield rang to the sound of their titanic duel, to the clamorous strike of Nemesis' sword upon demonic blade, of silvered steel upon warp metal. The Demon Prince spat curses and insults at Drago, but his words and sorceries could find no purchase. Again and again, Drago summoned the sanctifying flame, yet Makar merely laughed at the charring of his own flesh. Drago could not keep pace with his adversary forever. Makar's blade glowed darkly with warp flame, and he unleashed a blow mightier than any that had preceded it. The demon blade struck home with a dull crack, shattering the Nemesis sword halfway down its length and driving the Grey Knight to one knee. Makar bellowed with victory and brandished his blade for the final blow. However, Drago was not yet spent. Roaring his battle cry, he rose up and thrust his sword's severed shard into Makar's black heart. With that one blow, Drago delivered Akralem for the second time. As death throes racked Makar's body, so too did they begin to tear at the warp portal he had summoned. The rift's baleful energies began to disperse, and one by one, the demons of his armies faded into nothingness. Yet, before the portal closed completely, Makar had one final act of vengeance. With his last strength, the Demon Prince cast his talons around Drago's throat and heaved the Great Knight into the collapsing rift, so did Caldor Drago pass out of the mortal world and into legend.
Heretic agents are introducing pathogenic elements into the water supply. Heretic intrusion has been detected in Silo Cluster 1866A. This is the contamination vector. Expunge all intruders and restore the water supply. Make haste, varlets.
You know, compared to a lot of the Hive, this place looks in good nick.
You stick around here, you'll see it can only get worse. Trust me.
Oh, stop being enforced here a long time ago.
You are too high up, varlets. Proceed to the nearest elevator with haste.
We are the wrath of them on Earth!
No more raging!
That was me! I was good mistaken!
The Ranger is delivered to judgment.
Darking things dead.
What's going on?
got campers!
Stop, Gunner!
Gunner! Good job! Just keep starting fighting! Take some of them with you!
I am ready to go, if that is what he has ordained. Come, let us
I need
tend
that!
our wounds.
I need some cover! Can't get in through the main gate. Then again, we really can.
Do you need a grenade? Grenade!
Mine! Cover me, fools!
Ammo!
This way, straight down.
Engagement protocol, Kappa 1 maximum. Big beauty!
Covering the move!
Barrel's going! Get down to there!
Can anyone else hear the bridge creaking? Or is it just me?
torrent flee.
Better to know where they are. At least that's Radek's theory.
It all sound like you agree. Got me some ammo! Allah!
2 Silent Cluster 1866A, all haste.
A grenade! A gift from the beneficent Emperor himself!
Oh, yes, that's a sniper!
We have a moment. Who will lead us in prayer?
Creed, swagger, not again! Engage You look like a canny fella, big man.
I am. Everybody says so. Wait, what does canny mean?
You know, smart, opportunistic, always delivering Let's be home, Imperium. Get back! Exploding battle! You want a piece of me? This is green! Return fire!
Ammunition in the very nick of time. With me, pilgrims, our way lies in darkness.
We having fun yet?
A skillful strike. You surprise me.
Closing on Silo Cluster 1866A.
Medic station!
He provides the means of death unto his servant.
Guards, the deal is unlikely to permit you to flush the system. Once the cleansing is triggered, dispatch the gooey one.
Regular killing machine, that's me!
Magnificent Emperor, behold your humble servant.
Need ammo, boss?
Destroy the demonic matter to eliminate contagion.
Reporting in!
Pathogens designate demonic matter must be eliminated. Extraction authorized.
I feel another headshot coming on.
I am Ivan Rannick, interrogator to Inquisitor Grendel. Sensoria reports in the last 12 hours have uncovered unauthorized communication broadcasts aboard the ship. Someone on board the Morning Star is relaying information to the surface, to the enemy. There is a traitor among us. Everyone is a suspect. I suggest you raise your game and make a conspicuous effort to prove yourself, starting now.
Really? This will be interesting.
Do remember to duck when they stop.
Proceed.
Goodbye.
Good. Ambition, authority, adaptability. You lack all three, I'll warrant.
It's a brand new exclusive.
Welcome, gentle listener. I am Baldermort, and I wish to introduce you to the forces, factions, and features of the Warhammer 40k universe, the grim darkness of the far future. We continue our exploration of one of the most important features of the Warhammer 40k setting, the Psychers. Have no doubt, gentle listener, they are the very bedrock of much of the setting. Many elements have been clearly envisaged from other sources, pilfered, purloined, and then repackaged, and realized in a grim and dangerous way. For every folktale, every heroic cycle or pantheistic myth is represented somewhere here in the Warhammer universe. But that is quintessentially Warhammer as well. A large amount of repurposing of the threads and visions from other genres or fiction to be put into this huge smelting pot that somehow makes so much more of the many ingredients. It truly is more than the sum of its parts. And it is in the Psychers that we finally wrestle with one of the most important parts of this escapist setting, mysticism and magic. For they are in this world in such vivid and bountiful abundance. Nearly every taste is catered for somehow. For on one side you have the heavily armoured Marines, the futuristic Eldari, the avalanche that is the Orcs, and all exhibit their powers in a very sci-fi way, with named abilities and disciplines, the usual forms of telekinesis, telepathy, electrokinesis, and beyond. The usual fare for the settings of the future. There is also the other, the more ancient, that still firmly inhabits the settings. The herbalist who creates potions, the enchanter who infuses objects with runes, charms and glamours, the geomancer who is attuned to the earth, and the druid who worships the sun. Ancient grimoires abound, and antediluvian libraries containing secrets and circles and spells. The wisdom of old, and the hate and spite from the dawn of darkness, all is here, and we shall explore these elements, these wonderful features of the setting in due course. But all good things, eh? For it will take time to do it justice, to get it right. Now you will note that I am never being direct, as I wish to give the mood of the entry, the pace and purpose of this video, for I do like to show instead of telling. I find it more entertaining, more easy to get into, and that is definitely the aim, because no element of this hobby should be a chore. Now, concerning some of my stories, some will say, where is the lore? But I would just like to point out that I consider the tales to be more elucidating of the setting and the lore than any extract I might quote and end quote. I'm willing to wager, and will do a test at one point to check my hypothesis, as I construct all of my tales to not only shine the light on the subject which we discuss, but also to impart a greater knowledge of the universe that goes in easily and allows people to learn without knowing they are doing it. Also remembering that I am no guru. This is just my take on the many sources I have read, and I make no claim to being a lore master either. I am merely your guide, your starting point. And to wit, I would urge newer players or fans of the setting who listen to or watch these videos to then proceed to the comments section if you have any questions. I do try to get to them, but you will often find that older hands have decided to slum it in the kindergarten here, and will often veil others of their phenomenal knowledge of the lore. So do scroll to see if any wisdom is there, for nobody knows it all. And here on the guides we are a community, a show to be sure, but one we all hone together. So get stuck in, but always be polite, for we gather around a fireside of camaraderie and friendship. So ask, but ask the whole, not just the bored. I do not know everything and will never pretend I do. Now, with the extended throat clearing out of the way, let us proceed into the lore and some observations and pearls of what I hope are only the beginnings of your own wisdom. Today we shall be discussing psychers in relation to humanity, the Imperium, and what and why this has come about. A quick recap. Psychers, mystics, wizards, all are names for the humans of the 41st millennium and beyond who have a connection to the Immaterium, the warp. They can draw parts of that realm, its energies, and use it to ignore the laws of physics, create effects and display powers far beyond those possible for a normal human. The more pyrotechnic we will see later, but the abilities of these beings are as varied as the stars, but may be honed, guided, trained, or even punished into obedience and then mastery of a function that supports the Imperium, the vast empire of humanity that covers the map of the Milky Way galaxy, numbering over 1 million worlds and trillions of populace. Psychers are considered mutants and are deviations from the genetic norm for humanity in general. They are seen as the most dangerous of all mutants due to their connection to the Immaterium, the warp. They have existed from the dawn of time, but were always incredibly rare, only bursting into common occurrence circa 25th millennium, and this contributed to the tumult of the Age of Strife. Now, with the opening of the Great Rent across space, which throws out waves of psychic energy like never before, bathing the Materium in its influence, the occurrence of psychers, psychically gifted humans, has exploded. Even as far back as Rogue Trader, the very first manual for Warhammer 40,000, the evolution of the human race into a more psychically gifted species was forewarned and feared by both the Eldari and humanity. Now that old promise has arrived, and our race is in the beginning of that genetic renaissance, or road to the deepest, darkest pits of hell, depending on how you view things. But at least the human race of that time, the modern era, 40k, has some knowledge, has some experience with the effects of psychers in their societies. For the entire human psyche, the overall culture has been deeply and irreparably scarred by the Age of Strife, also known as Old Night. I hope my example of the threats of emerging psychers from the initial story reflects the severity of the situation. Now imagine that tale, and things like that, happening across the entire galaxy, and doing so for 5,000 years. Old Night indeed. It is aptly named. Thus are psychers feared, and rightly so. It is not easy to be friends with or to give succor and support to a person who has the equivalent of a planet-cracking explosive weapon hidden inside their minds, but we shall get to that later. For the time being, let us continue in basic terms. If psychers are so dangerous to have around, why do they exist in the Imperium? If the Empire of Humanity is so callous, why do they not just exterminate them all? Well, they do for quite a few, I can tell you, but they have so many uses. Yes, they are a ticking time bomb, but they are also tools to the impossible, and humanity now requires these abilities more than ever, as we have lost the birthright of our people, technological innovation and scientific inquiry, logic and reason. The age of the Imperium is certainly not one of enlightenment and reason, and I'll explore this more in the entry for the Imperial Creed and the Ecclesiarchy and Inquisition, which should start sometime soon-ish, but let us not divert too much. So, just skimming over the context, let us show you how pathetic our people now are, that they are required to lean on the crutch of wizards, curses, and incantations. Psychers. Humanity cannot travel without psychers.
There's always pressure on our special ammo reserves. You're going to alleviate it. The scabs are clearing their ammo supplies through the Chasm Station Logistratum. Once you're inside, you can grab the crates and prep them for extraction. Shouldn't be hard.
I'd enjoy the quiet. It'll get loud soon.
Why did I have to dream up this maze?
Heretics make sport by loosing cocktails into the streets. Listen for the hounds and be ready.
These hounds are fast. Keep your distance. Target pacification.
Eliminating Alpha target!
The entire hub block has been sealed. I don't like it. Execution.
That's the Ranger dead!
Drowning.
Someone call for a boat!
It is not a victim make.
Surrounded? Look out, they're coming! Ranger eliminated! taking notes.
Medicaid station.
Barrel's gonna explode!
Ammo!
Engaging multiple targets.
Bomber out to our bases.
I'm going to hurt you!
Clean shot!
Targets identified.
The scab will pay for what they've done here. Make your way to maintenance.
Trust every enforcer. I've learned that lesson. Painfully.
Sweet sibling, if it's any consolation, my beloved is very sorry.
Carry on this way!
Doesn't look like the elevator's going to help you. Find another way down.
Isolating targets.
We've got trouble!
Target marked.
Follow me.
Call exterminatus on this planet.
It won't work. Not here.
Nice idea!
Seal the access with your data interrogator.
Eliminating primary target!
Hound's coming.
Pay attention. Data stream. Viable.
Elimination sanctioned.
Reloading! Critical target!
Process failure. This time pay more attention.
Raiding Bastion! executing.
Precision fire underway! Look out! Drop ammunition! And about time.
If nothing else, death and destruction make for an entertaining dream.
Now dreams without death and destruction would be a trick indeed. Delivering mercy. Target neutralization.
Will you quit stealing all the ammo?
I'm afraid I wasn't paying attention.
Non-stop war. Think it's better back on
Ammo!
terror?
I suspect it would not be an enjoyable move for myself or my siblings.
I want to do this!
Throwing grenade!
I like trains. They seem so certain. They're perfect.
Right punch too well! Bring him down!
This will be challenging.
Hello, over here.
I exist to serve.
Do you wish your armaments to be refined? I trust you are pleased, Varlet.
I've got something you might like. Take it easy.
All of the drives to move the fleets of the Navy are reliant on tearing a hole into warp space and then moving into it, flying through the pits of hell, always hoping that the Geller fields will hold, and that the psychers you have are able to guide you to your destination, seeing the equivalent points for your destination in the warp via the Astronomicon. Then the vessel rips another tear and comes back into real space. Quite a dense paragraph, so let's unpack it a bit. Amongst mutations, there are sometimes strains that become more stable and are considered a subrace, what the Imperium call abhumans. The navigator gene was developed, and it is presumed that it was placed within some humans, and they were genetically modified on purpose and at their agreement. The goal was to create a strain of humans that could see into the warp. Many psychers can touch it, can feel it, can use it, can banish it, but not many can view it. Those that do usually lose their minds swiftly. But navigators have a mutation that gives them a third eye in the center of their brow, their forehead. When they open it, they can see the warp, harrowing and less controlled, and their minds are very disciplined to survive it. But their third eye also protects them in many ways from the worst of its mind-smashing effects. Now, each starship that uses a warp drive has at least one navigator on board. The ship will go into the warp, as travel there is magnitudes faster than in the real world. But the warp is chaotic and illogical, and without pattern, as we have discussed in Part 1, Psychers, Souls and the warp. Now this is true, so the navigator must have beacons that they can see to give them a bearing, an equivalent place to where they wish to go to, or are at, in the warp as corresponding to the real world, the materium. Once, there was said to have been a huge technologically advanced network in place during the age of technology, but now there is only the Astronomicon. The Astronomicon is a huge beacon in the warp that is given off by a device on Terra that was designed by the master of mankind, the Emperor himself, and is powered by his soul and his will. Alas, it now requires so much power that many low-level psychers are sacrificed to power it each and every day. See my entry on the origin of the Emperor for more details. The Astronomicon is a blazing star in the warp, and is the lighthouse by which all navigators use to estimate their position in the warp. Without the navigators, there would be no faster-than-light travel, and the Imperium would cease to exist. Navigators are thus humanity using psychers to make up for their lost technology that permitted travel before, despite it using the warp back then as it does now. But we shall get more into that as time goes by. Communication. Although the speed of light is very nifty, it would still be nigh on impossible to coordinate the Imperium at the rates involved. Think of the distance in light years. Years. So it would take multiple years for any communication to get anywhere, let alone back with a response. Now that's all well and good in many settings, but in the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, these delays mean the extermination of entire systems by any of the various Xenos, traitors and horrors that inhabit our galaxy. No, there has to be a faster way. And there is. Alas, humanity has lost this technology as well, so are relegated to using psychers. Telepaths, basically. They are called an astropathic choir. Psychers who have been specifically trained and guided so they can throw messages through the warp to others of their kind on far-flung worlds. Thus, they do sometimes gather to enhance the message, hence the word choir. Sometimes it would take many, many such psychers acting in concert to punch a message to a warp storm or other anomaly, and it is not safe by any means. Many a choir has had their eyes explode, their teeth shatter, their brains melt, or their souls shriven from them by receiving the wrong message from the wrong mind. It is always, always a risk. But there is a real need for training, as everything that is sent through the warp is very much thought and feeling, not words and structures. So the astropath must not only think their message, but must also feel it, must imagine it, and give it form and feature, if it is to retain any hope of getting to the other side of its journey, even moderately accurately. So when a message is received, it could be a jumble of images that the astropath may have to put back in order, as it has been warped and twisted in transit. It could be a set of feelings and impressions that inform of danger or threat. It could very well be a solid message, like a song, the words faint but clear. But then it could be a shadow of a song, sent by a denizen of the warp. Without astropathic choirs, the Imperium would be headless and unable to react to the thousands of threats they receive every day. Psychers all, the choirs are indispensable. Now, how on terror are the astropathic choirs strong enough to pierce the veils of the warp and get a message through? How are they able to touch the warp for long enough to do this and not be either too weak as to be ignored, or so strong that they are not then immediately targeted by the myriad threats I have said reside there? From chaos demons, enslavers, vampires, etc., etc. I can answer that question in 2 words. Soul binding.
Metal Fab 36's primary smelter has been taken offline. Your job's to get it working again. Seems a demonic infestation has corrupted the systems. Purge that infestation and the situation will resolve. Those production lines are vital. We can't afford any mistakes today. scrubbers are functioning. This is a temporary malaise.
I don't like the way people are ground up here. Perhaps they are trapped in this dream too.
Heretics really want their claws on this place, don't they?
I'm hearing there have been plenty of Hoptown sightings down there. Watch each other's backs.
Yes, beloved, I'll try to avoid the hounds. Much easier that way.
Aim for the dragging head!
Search it for fragments!
Look out, gunner! Too much cover. We'll have to get closer.
I have eyes on the main entrance! Start, gunner!
You did? No! My dream really is a miserable place, isn't it?
Oh, for throne's sake! This is real!
I like you, little one. You are family.
Thank you, sweet fruit. I'm sure...
Tiny, squishy family that smells strange and uses
Ammo!
but still family.
That's very touching.
I like you best.
That is nice. I feel safe all of a sudden.
Couple one reclusius, go!
Elevator's just past Labour Oversight. You can't miss it.
Oh, my beloved.
Don't you dare leave me behind!
Smaller! Yes, okay. You have to die! Come along, veteran. We need you.
Get your hands off me, witch!
Invaders have taken the hourglass and have gained control of the Academy Station.
This way!
Dear director of the station.
Follow me!
Hoxburster! Shoot it! Shoot it!
Scab shotgunner! Hang on from my tree! Bulwark! Stop hitting armor! Please, did you?
Target, lad!
Can't get a clear shot!
Ammo!
Healing over here, fanatic.
Ammo! You know, the more I see of Mel, the more I'm thinking he might be a sleeked cook.
Oh, I'm sure he's nothing of the sort. It's not as though the Inquisition recruits unscrupulous ne'er-do-wells. I'm sorry, I don't know why I said that.
Aye, that's what I was thinking. Any organisation that be recruiting you would take aim.
Yeah, that makes a lot of... Hey, now that was very unkind.
That's the supply elevator. Get it moving.
Behind me. I will show how it's done.
Go there!
Wait until I start really trying.
Is my beloved testing your fortitude, fanatic?
Red shotgunner.
Trapper's dead.
Take the elevator down to the South Complex.
To defend my dream!
Bobber.
Bomber eliminated.
You do not say much, tech priest.
I could tell you many things if I thought you'd comprehend them.
See? Isn't that better? I think we're going to get along famously.
open! I hear it now!
Dream is not for you!
Engaging critical target!
Flame flanges! Flame purges! It's a boon beyond price!
Always liked flame. Warm, cozy.
One deck is the start.
Flank 677 down!
Oh, I need ammunition too!
I broke.
You're in the hotel infrastructure. Head deeper.
Hurts. Why does a dream hurt?
Never did I think to count the piles on my
Let's deal! Round's coming! Rounding!
Well, you know, top jockeys. My favour they can get.
Look out, they're coming!
Weakling! Red shotgunner! Precision fire! Resistance! Red shotgunner!
Ammo! Scream, it sounds nice.
Don't get sloppy! I'm not dragging you back!
I'm doing my best, thank you very much.
Let's use this.
Sniper.
Don't worry, it's dead. Kill the gunner.
Looks like he needs a recharge! Headhunting!
Ain't gonna die like this.
Red shotgunner!
Power cell.
Get through the assembly line and you're almost there.
What if we try to recharge it?
All systems restored.
Medicaid station.
Recharged.
This way! A healer station. How
Do not waste healing.
I saw it first. That's fair. That's how it works.
Ready and kill shot! Big beauty's done for!
So many souls to snuff. What's wrong with our Ogren?
God Emperor provides!
Morrow will be cross if we fail, so we better not.
That Psychonian mistress, Stephanie, gives me the creeps!
She speaks without words.
Stephanie isn't responsible for how you perceive her.
Jump for the summer!
I want to do this!
Tough little man.
See? The brute feels things, don't you, my sweet? But you can over-invest in individuals.
Good Emperor, thank you for that initiative.
You all need to be together. Group up.
Ambush! I ain't scared of you!
Die for my
Don't be in a hurry.
I shouldn't be here. My trial was rigged. Really? I had a similar experience with the promises. Going to hurt you. Bastille,
Sniper's dead!
as I require.
Come on, beloved! There's a hound nearby!
Not so gloomy. Smile! Can't fault your energy, big man. Nothing seems to get you down. Nothing can. I am too strong. Have impenetrable force of will. You've been listening to those psychics again, haven't you? Sparkheads are very wise. No many big words. I lie.
Lying.
I wish we could take a more civilized form of transport to our missions.
What? He's always smooth ride. Any landing you can walk
Healing. I knew we'd find some. The Manufactorum's like a living thing, isn't it? Heretics are the disease, and we're the antibodies.
Drive out the demonic matter and the smelters should come back online.
To kill you.
something. Wish his seat had the God Emperor's sanctuary. Else here. Need armor.
Let us see what can be done. Until you waste my time again.
How may this humble unit assist you?
Blessed Omnissiah, favor this tool of war. A new marvel is awoken.
Must you stand so close? I'm sure I have something suitable, even for you. Well, we make do as best we can.
You ready for more? You better be.
Welcome to my little slice of retail delight. You tell people that I've got the stuff they want.
Come on. The night was pitch. Around the Valheim's position, unseen things moved in the darkness, drawing slowly, inexorably closer. Werlen mopped at his bloody nose with a rag and tried to ignore the muttering of the infantrymen around him. He squashed the familiar spike of resentment as he caught the words mutant and cursed. These are not bad men, he told himself, just scared and ignorant. Yet that might make them more dangerous. It was time to remind them that the weird vein cyclers were powerful servants of the Emperor. Closing his eyes and opening his mind, Werlen reached out and found his brothers, hoar-scotched, gibbering and rocking. Halsor, his mind a placid lake. Urim, his anger burning as bright as the fires he could conjure with a thought. Like a choir of voices rising in harmony, the weird veins entwined their thoughts as they had been trained, gathering power to themselves and shutting out the whispering temptations of the warp the Psyker's spirits quested outward, the gloom no obstacle to their witch sight. There amongst the ruins, lithe Xenos forms crept ever closer to the unsuspecting Valhallans. Rising to their feet, the exhilaration of unity singing through their minds, Wellen and his brothers focused their power to a single furious point. The night lit up with psychic fire as a roaring bolt of energy lashed out, engulfing the screaming Drukhari and turning them to ash. As he returned to his body, Wellen noted the Valhallans were now wide-eyed and silent. Let them think on that, he smiled to himself, before reaching out with his mind in search of fresh Xenos to slaughter. Welcome, gentle listener. I'm Baldermort, your faithful servant, and I wish to introduce you to the forces, factions, and units of the Warhammer 40k setting, the grim darkness of the far future. Continuing the present run of entries concerning the Psykers of the Warhammer 40 setting, today we are covering the Primaris and Weird Vein Psykers, the psychic punch of the Astra Militarum, the Imperial Guard. But please, don't get confused on the word Primaris. They are not Primaris Space Marines, they are just primary Psykers. So that confusion out of the way. For the very basics, let us lean on existing wisdom. To quote, Weird Vein Psykers. Weird Vein Psykers transform the howling might of the warp into a deadly weapon of Imperial supremacy. They are formed from those Scholastica Psychana inductees not able to control their burgeoning powers without guidance and aid. Some have not yet completed the grueling training to become a Primaris Psyker. Others will never achieve that goal, introverted beyond rescue by the horrors of their own minds. As individuals, such Psykers are unpredictable and unsafe. Yet in concert, these deadly mutants can be a valuable asset. Eerily attuned to one another, Weird Vein Psykers draw strength from communion, linking their thoughts to better slaughter the foes of mankind. Corpuscent lightning crackles around them as they marshal their powers. Moans and wails spill from their lips, tangled and stringy ropes of vomited ectoplasm. Armored battle tanks buckle inwards as the Psykers focus their power, crumpling upon horrified crew like a ration pack in an ogre's fist. Heretics are incinerated amidst billowing clouds of psychic flame. Domes of protective telekinetic force enfold quivering allied guardsmen, while pervasive, many-voiced whispers talk warriors into madness or horrified self-destruction. Only once a choir of Weird Vein Psykers has proven their ability to work as a controlled, cohesive whole will they be permitted to take the field unsupervised. The Psykers are formed into potential squads based on the omens of the Emperor's Tarot, and must endure numerous inhumane tests before they are declared battle-ready. They must demonstrate their ability to guard one another's minds, to stabilize their companions' more volatile powers, and enhance those that flounder or fail. Many will not survive the trials to which they are subjected, and even those that do are still destined to be treated with fear, revulsion, and mistrust. Horror stories abound amongst the Astra Militarum of Weird Vein Psykers bursting spontaneously into the flame in the midst of battle, or else becoming possessed by terrible entities and slaughtering friend and foe alike. However, the Scholastica Psychana's screening stamps out many such potential disasters before they can occur. And for every uncontrolled explosion of warp energy, there are a dozen battles where the Weird Veins prove their worth. Insular in the extreme, squads of Weird Vein Psykers are only too aware of their comrades' superstitious disgust. Yet for all this, they are loyal and dedicated soldiers of the Imperium, risking their very souls to fight in defense of the Emperor's realm. Indeed, while most officers would loathe to admit it, a squad or two of Weird Vein Psykers is often worth several times the number of proper Imperial Guardsmen. And as humanity's psychic potential squirms closer to the surface, Weird Vein Psykers have become an increasingly common presence in Astra Militarum regiments. Primaris Psykers. Primary Psychers are rare and extraordinary individuals who wield the destructive power of the warp as a weapon to smite the enemies of the Emperor. With a single thought, the Psychic conjures forth lightning that leaps from his hands and surrounds his body. With a gesture, he hurls those bolts of ether energy at his opponents, burning the foe's synapses and searing their flesh from their bones. Mysterious and aloof, Primary Psychers are known as Primary Psychers, Battle Psychers, or Psycholords, and are treated with a mixture of awe, fear, and suspicion by the superstitious soldiers of the Imperial Guard. Their presence is utterly abhorrent to some commanders, and they are at best mistrusted. However, their ability to combat the blasphemous sorceries of aliens and heretics usually outweighs the natural revulsion many feel at their inclusion in the ranks of the Imperial Guard. A Primary Psyker is typically attached to a high-ranking Astra Militarum officer who can direct the Psyker's powers as the situation necessitates, providing psychic support to the trooper on the front line. The Primary Psyker marches to war in a uniform daubed with wards and sigils of power, carrying a staff made of rare and precious metals that can channel the psychic energy of the wielder. As part of his indoctrination and training, a Psyker will learn to focus his prodigious mental strength through this psycho-reactive staff, transforming it into a searing weapon that glows with a barely contained, otherworldly power, capable of cutting through reinforced ceramite and ripping the life force from those it strikes. Of all the Psykers judged under the uncompromising gaze of the Inquisition, only those whose mental fortitude is great enough have the merest glimmer of hope of becoming a Primary Psyker in the Astra Militarum. Battle Psykers are by no means the most powerful of their kind, but even so, they walk a fine line between service of the Emperor and eternal damnation. Every time they unleash their powers, they risk predation from the denizens of the warp. Demonic entities swarm to their bright Psyker soul like moths to a flame. Several failsafes are therefore built into a Psyker's wargear. Complex microcircuitry and neuroactive wiring are connected to psychically attuned crystals embedded in a Psyker's hood or collar, designed to bleed away excessive warp energy. Such precautions are not limited to the Psyker's wargear alone, and most have undergone cranial surgeries to implant neural inhibitors that limit the danger of possession. However, such devices tend to blunt the Psyker's innate power as well. When combined with a lifetime of training, a Primary Psyker has a reasonable chance of avoiding powerful psychic enemies and resisting demonic influences. For those who prove to be too weak, however, there is always the final safeguard in the shape of the smoking muzzle of a commissar's bolt pistol. End quote. With the psychic awakening in full swing, it is rather likely that the Imperium will weaponize Psykers like never before, so these units may well become a mainstay in the forces of the Imperium. But it does lead us to another question. What will be their role or position now that the Ecclesiarchy, the Ministorum, the Church, can perform their own miracles without the tarnishing of their souls by being Psykers? Does this mean that Psykers will be used in huge numbers as cannon fodder for a new and more aggressive Imperium? Or will they be hounded and hunted into the waiting arms of chaos and, more specifically, Magnus the Red and his psychic revolution?
Well, fancy that! Looks like I'm in charge for the time being. There's a payoff happening, and the Mobians are doing the paying. And no point letting the heretics keep those prismata crystals, is there? So, my darlings, why you go over there and grab me those crystals.
Your task is almost complete. Once you trigger the gate release, you can proceed. Was that too subtle a hint?
Big on for my tree! No, beloved, I don't think it's a good idea for them to wander.
Well, you need to group up, just so you know.
Got better to give than what I've seen so far.
Initiating crowd control! The only answer to this profane life!
Military surprise coming up. Throwing grenade!
Dear, the barrel!
Hound is coming.
Help me, beloved. Help me. They're here!
The numbers are significant.
Bring it down!
Want to do this? Oh, beauty!
Target marked for death. Fortuitous! A grenade!
I do hope you'll protect me during the next attack.
It's anathema to any enforcer to abandon a comrade.
You know, I'd have made a
Stop,
grand
shotgunner!
enforcer.
I cannot conquer. You have no loyalty to structure, only people. You have no use for directives of which you do not approve.
And those are bastards, are you? Reckon I'm more cut out for the life than you ever were.
Regrettably, there is some merit in what you say.
God enemy!
Targets identified.
Knocking things dead.
Warp, you sectioned!
Heading up. Gonna stop you!
Really is wonderful.
If you want to see a little club, I politely decline. Oh, it feels strange and
Watch out! Gunner! Reaching the Assyrian!
I hope you're not going to disappoint me. I don't like being disappointed.
Elimination protocols engaged.
Yes, the hound's dead.
Tracking.
Now you listen to me, rejects. Whatever Halloween claims, he has no authority over you.
Alright. I'm in line. We'll see how much authority you think I have when I'm spacing you out an airlock.
not a greedy man. I'll settle for 20% of the proceeds.
You leave me no choice!
We clear!
You asked for this, you did!
Carcass can't stop us!
There's the price. I never doubted you. Well, only a little.
I assume you do have a plan for getting in and then back out.
Ignore him, my love. Get the ascension rider moving. That'll get you clear.
Ammo!
Ammo!
Well, it seems like this has been a productive job.
failure!
You come through. Seems I win the bet.
I'm slipping away.
That knows heretic.
Let us scour away old scars and awaken new purpose. Petty conversation does not enhance martial probabilities.
Still here? Well.
Oh, it's you.
Prove me wrong. Return in glory.
Motion. At the very dawn of time, the formation of the Milky Way galaxy, the die was cast. For reality was created in two forms, one of substance, form and logic, and one of thought, dreams and emotions. The material universe, what we perceive as reality, was later to be called the materium. The well of souls, the astral, the spiritual plane, was later to be called the immaterium. Some say that the realms were always contiguous but separate. Some say that they were once one, and that all reality was much simpler then. For the materium and immaterium were mostly unpopulated, were blank canvases to be drawn on by the beings that were always meant to arise. But as I have said, there was a hidden darkness that lurked amidst the dazzling splendor of that new dawn, beings that should not have existed. But we shall get to them later. And so, as is always the way, for nature abhors a vacuum, two great races arose amongst the brilliant and innocent days of those early ages of the galaxy. Polar opposites, one might say. One race was the Old Ones. Some say they were mighty saurians, reptiles. Some say they were a confederation of like-minded souls. But we may never know the truth. All that is known is that the Old Ones were forces of light. From their earliest days they were careful and cautious, and swore oaths that by their action or repercussion from their actions they would do no harm. And they were not hasty, though driven, for they explored inner space before looking out to the universe as a whole. They worked slowly and methodically, and accrued great wisdom, and developed patience, compassion, and a love for all that lives and grows. They learnt the keys to the universe that they most explored, the realms of thought and feelings, spirituality and balance. And they became masters of the Immaterium, and would wield it like a mighty tool without compare. And none have ever approached their magnificence, their might, their splendor, in all of the races and ages that have come thereafter. For they acted with a measured hand and forethought at all times. And they conquered the demons within, of jealousy and anger and spite, and made them things of the past within their collective. And once this had been done, they then discerned how best to traverse the galaxy. They created a great webway of gates and corridors within the Immaterium, a sub-realm, such that they could walk from one world to another in the blink of an eye, could move vast shoals of their vessels to any point in the galaxy without repercussion or delay. For they cared for the worlds, both Materium and Immaterium. Despite them being masters of the one, they knew the import and gave honor to both. And they set out into the galaxy and spread their word, their wisdom, their bounty. For their studies had brought upon them a state of being that was so aligned to the universe, so natural, so profound and sublime, that death and disease touched them not. They were beings of light and akin to cosmic gardeners, for where'er they went, they encouraged and cultivated life, and brought many a race to early sentience. Their knowledge of themselves gave them the skill to alter beings on a genetic level, to raise them up, to enhance them, and to then, when grown into the full bloom of consciousness, they would teach them, and they would guard them. And thus the Old Ones bestrode the galaxy, and their presence was felt across its myriad stars. Their beauty made a thing for all but one. But if there is light, then there is always darkness in equal measure. And so a race arose to create the cosmic balance, the Necrontyr. The Necrontyr were cursed from their first breaths. Their world orbited a broken sun, a cursed sun, an unstable sun. And the rays that came from it were not, as with other suns, the gift from the heavens, the reason for all life, heat and warmth. No, for their sun's rays were like a constant assault on the bodies and beings of the planet, shredding them, burning them, mutating them, making the existence of the Necrontyr one of constant, never-ending pain, of short lifespan and misery. And the effect went on to create a twisting in the souls of the Necrontyr, for their lives were short and so racked with agony that all was constant struggle, constant rage. They fought against each other, against anything else that arose around them. They fought against their short lifespans by developing an insane urge to be remembered, to be lauded, to not be forgot. For if one has so short a time to exist, one can only gain immortality via the actions one performs in the brief span allotted. And warlords came and went, drove their race onwards until they came to master the physical world, their technology being the dominion of the Materium. And they tried to escape the harsh sun that had leered down at them and cursed their flesh. But it was not to be. For even when they created vast stasis ships, and their population slept as they moved slowly through the cold void of space to new worlds to conquer and colonize, even when they made landfall, culled all that were previously resident, even when they had spent generation after generation on the new worlds, away from their original blighting sun, still their people did not heal. They could never escape the taint foisted on them, as it was now writ into their DNA, their very existence. And this discovery, that they would never ever be free of the pain of their existence, drove their people and their culture insane. The bitterness it created turned to rage, and as they spread throughout the galaxy, they did it the hard way. Long were their ships in transit, and slow was their expansion into the spaces between them and the old ones. As they reached each new world, they no longer culled all life out of expedience or over territory or resources. They killed all out of jealousy and spite. They became a slowly expanding dark cloud across the galaxy, one that ate all it came into contact with. And inevitably, inexorably, the Old Ones and the Necrontyr were to meet. And both recoiled in utter shock. For the Necrontyr, it was the answer to their prayers, all of their goals in one. They met a race with the knowledge and power to free them of their curse, to alter their genes, their DNA, to remove their pain, and to then go on to grant them immortality. Their one most cherished desire, to live. They hungered for these ways, possibly more than any race has hungered for anything since. For the Old Ones' part, they were repulsed. Utterly. For they saw the darkness in the Necrontyr, and knew it was no longer just that of form, of the materium. For they had never looked within, they had never come to the answers that the Old Ones had, because the Necrontyr were not wise. They were not patient. They were not compassionate. They were not beings of light. They were beings of darkness. And it is said that the Old Ones saw that the twisting of their forms had led to the twisting of their souls.
Progress. We need them ready.
Tertium's water supply's under threat thanks to our Mobian mates. They're pumping filth into the silos. We can't have that, can we? Fight your way into the silo and eliminate the scabs. Hopefully that'll fix the water supply.
You need to reach street level. That means getting to an elevator. A grenade!
to the foul rager!
Coming up on the Ragged King's top!
Yes!
If they're close, it's harder to miss. Fear me!
My thanks!
Why does a dream hurt?
Its pitiable existence is over! Pulling the wall!
Ready to explode! The Foxburster's dead!
No access here!
Abhor the heretic
Plasteel?
and the mutant! See the stairs? A grenade! A gift from the beneficent Emperor himself!
Zola's hiding something. Did you know that?
Such misery in this place! Who can be surprised the enemy has made it their own?
You sanction! Elimination protocols engaged.
Grenade!
Right, get across the bridge!
Only take a moment.
Reaching into the wall! We have finished!
Get the elevator moving and be ready to defend yourselves!
Neutralization commenced.
Grenade for you! Going freak, no rest for the wicked!
I must heal! Initiating crowd control!
It's upon us! On the way! I am reloading!
Look out, they're in cover!
I'm not sure this place be worth saving, but I'll see the Emperor's will done.
Rannick would rather keep them contained.
Heresy prospers when the virtuous avert their eyes.
Fascist heretic!
Sometimes I wonder what hope there is. If even the lion's face is not safe from demon blood.
I got it! Even Holy Cherub ain't not safe lying those wells in the hearts of men.
Yes, I love it, I see that trapper! They killed our zealot! Achieve the Emperor's mercy!
I think I'm a goner. Here.
Its next station is of utility. Human home. Termination is close.
Just think! What we see is mirrored across 1,000 worlds! So much suffering!
It's rather gauche to be so morbid, sibling. Excessive force authorized! Such pain!
All that you are, you owe to the Emperor.
Don't leave, you might get hurt.
Stop acting out, sibling!
Is your aim so bad you require all the ammunition? A grenade! We shall put it to you!
you'll have to speak up. I can't hear you.
The heresy cycle!
Oh, good. I need ammunition.
Just a little further.
Big on for my tree.
I'm slipping away.
I'm glad of Stephanie's company. She's very insightful.
So are the weak of mind corrupted. You need a grenade?
Okay, let's get it done. Flush the system and drive out the demon. Get the water flowing again. Give that demon a kicking. Destroy the demonic road.
Put him in, no choice! The dog is neutralized. Come on!
Free your servant!
Eliminated!
Free me!
Zealots out of action!
Holy grenade! Judgment is delivered!
You killed one, now find the rest. One last nasty to take out.
Shouldn't have made me angry.
Like the Emperor!
Die for my beloved.
Drowning! Drowning! Delivering.
Follow me.
We got clean water flowing again. Massage's inbound. Get moving.
It's a trapper.
You're making decent progress, I'll give you that. But I need more. Rannick's still got eyes everywhere, hunting for the traitor on board. It could be anyone. So if you want to prove yourself, you'll have to work even harder. Are we clear, acolytes? Put in the hours and make yourself indispensable. From now on, it's do or die. The foe, for you carry with you martial tokens of the Omnissiah's blessings. And what do we have here? Existence seems so much more agreeable after our discussions.
My service is fulfillment.
Look upon your weaponry with respect, for it is beloved of the Omnissiah. Our prayers have been answered. Have borne your arms before you. Others will do so after your passing.
The Necrontyr were destroyers. Where the Old Ones brought up races and beings, the Necrontyr destroyed them or forced them into subjugation. The canker in their souls was now too deep, and it made them things of evil. And so, the Old Ones looked at the Necrontyr and weighed the balance of their action, as they always did. If they gave the Necrontyr their secrets, it may well cure them, may well improve them. But what if it did not? What if the damage to their psyches, their meagre souls, was not able to be healed? In this instance, if they would not change, then the Old Ones would have made these nightmares of hate and spite and murder into immortals, and their scourge would never be stopped. They could rule the galaxy in a reign of terror from that day forward until the days when the very stars burnt cold. And it was a risk that the Old Ones, in their wisdom, simply could not take. For it would not be they who paid the price. It would be every lesser race they had cultivated, raised and taught. It would be their children that paid the toll if this were an error. And thus, out of the love of life, out of the pity they had for the younger races, out of mercy towards the stars of the galaxy and every planet which revolved around them, they threw the Necrontyr's pleas back in their faces and denied them. Though there is so much more to tell of the inner struggle of the Necrontyr, the civil wars, etc., we must skirt these issues for brevity. And so, the Necrontyr declared war on the Old Ones. In the first stages of the war, the Necrontyr were defeated again and again. Their ships, forged into huge armadas, still moved slowly, and the Old Ones could use their arts, their webway, to appear in strength and crush the Necrons. The Old Ones' powers of the Immaterium were also something that the Necrontyr could not defeat, no matter how powerful their weapons of the Immaterium were. And thus, the Necrontyr were forced back to the fringes of the galaxy, corralled and cut off and jailed within systems, and then left to rot. Or so the Necrontyr would have you believe, so the standard accepted wisdom states. But I believe that the Old Ones did this to prove that the knowledge of the Materium that the Necrontyr so touted was always secondary to the knowledge of the Immaterium, the wisdom of the soul. And thus I believe that the Old Ones gave them mercy when they could have eradicated them to the least and the last. They did this in the hopes that the Necrontyr would delve inwards, as they had no other option. They would look to heal themselves from within, instead of trying to dominate that which was without. But in this hope the Old Ones were utterly misguided. For they were beings of light, and could never understand or compromise the nature of hate and fear and evil. And so the Necrontyr looked at their son, with their ever-increasing knowledge of the Materium, what we would call science, and they began to understand. For their son, their curse from birth, had been caused by another force, a dark and malevolent cadre of entities that existed in the world. One was above their son, consuming it. Beings that I mentioned at the very beginning, creatures of dark power that hailed from the very dawn of time. For these beings were made of energy, and although sentient, were not of what we call form. And it was one such being that had been slowly consuming their son, had been the cause of all their pain and suffering and the hate that resulted from it. For these beings would move through the coldest space and attach themselves to a sun, and over millions of years they would consume it. And such had been the fate of the son of the Necrontyr. Alas, the greatest opportunity was missed. For if the Necrontyr had not been driven mad by their suffering, then compounded by their envy of the Old Ones and their halcyon existence, then they may have seen that these beings, what they called their star gods, the Catan, would have been their natural enemy, the beings that had caused their fall. Alas, this was not to be. So eaten by hate with the Necrontyr that they did not blame the Dark Gods. They tried to contact them. And eventually, they did. And they unleashed a horror unfathomable to any sentient being upon the universe. For they contacted the Dark Gods of the Immaterium, these Catan, and then used all of their scientific knowledge, bent every sinew of their minds and culture to forging receptacles for them. And in that instant, when they succeeded, when the first Catan was clothed in necrodermis, its sentience finally aware of the lesser beings that inhabited its realm, the Materium, Pandora's box was opened. For they were demons of the Materium, and their power, now directed, now awoken, now shown to them by the reckless Necrontyr, it was only matched by their hunger, and that was unquenchable. The Catan then taught the Necrontyr many things about the real world, about time, about energy. In so doing, they were never viewed as benevolent by the Necrontyr, but they were seen as powerful enough to take on the Old Ones. And thus the Catan promised all that the Necrontyr had been denied by the Old Ones. They promised freedom from pain, from mutation, from death. The Catan, in their twisted trickery, promised the Necrontyr immortality. And thus it was accepted with zeal. All the Necrontyr had to do was bend the knee and proclaim the Catan as their masters. If they did this, they would not only gain immortality and freedom from pain, but they would be given the power to exact vengeance on the Old Ones, to bring them low. And thus Necrontyr accepted. And their entire populace was taken to vast facilities that stripped them of their flesh and placed their sentience in necrodermis, the living metal that would mean their existence was eternal. But they were betrayed. In the process of the transference, the transformation from living beings to metal monsters, they were stripped of their souls, souls that were converted to energy, power to feed the Catan. And they knew it. As soon as they were converted, the Necrontyr knew something was missing. Their very souls. But it was too late. Their new masters were too powerful, and besides, they had been given exactly what they had wished for. So, as the saying goes, always be careful when you wish, for the devil is always in the detail. And so the undying soulless legions of the Necrons were born, with their dark demons of the Materium to lead them, with their hordes and hosts now immortal and implacable. The second stage of the war in heaven began. And it is here that we see the most important events of the galaxy, for in those dark days the future course of the universe was set. For the Old Ones could not stand before the power of the Catan and Necrons combined. Long was the war fought, millions of years in the doing, many say. But eventually, the Old Ones were beaten again and again, and they saw the cost of their defeat. For where the Catan were not hurled back, carnage unprecedented levels was wrought. Entire planetary populations and star systems were either culled by the Necrons or consumed by their masters, the Catan. The Old Ones were losing. And with so much at stake, they took dire and drastic action. Seeing the forces of darkness crush and kill and destroy all that they had made, all that they had done, the Old Ones then weaponized the warp. They used their arcane abilities unfettered and met the Catan head-on, unleashing forces that should never have been unleashed. They went so far as to betray their own morals, some might say, by lowering themselves to changing more and more of the young races of the galaxy, to tinker with them, to alter them, to forge them into weapons of war. And many races began to develop psychic powers, psychic abilities, the power to alter and use the Immaterium, as did the Old Ones. Thus were the Elder, Jaquero, others, and the Krork, now known by their devolved name of the Orcs. These beings were created by the Old Ones as entire warrior races designed to hold back and then destroy the Necrons and their masters. As the Necrontyr had opened the Pandora's box in their materium by clothing the Catan in forms, the Old Ones opened the door in the Immaterium, and the galaxy has never been the same since. The Immaterium, the realm of souls and spirits, it did not wish to be used thus. It fought back against its desecration, and dark beings began to form in that realm. Beings that would attack Psykers, Mystics, and the Old Ones wherever they were. These dark beings were called the Enslavers, and their advent was the death toll of the Old Ones. For the Enslavers hit the Old Ones and their armies of lesser races hard, and between this new threat attacking them, where they thought that they were safe, in the realm of souls, and the onward rush of the Catan, they could not stand. And so they went down, and were destroyed utterly by their combined foes. And only one of them was said to survive the slaughter, only one out of their entire race. But we shall get to him anon. It was not the end for their races, their children, their weapons. Many survived the war in heaven. Now that the Old Ones were destroyed, the Necrons turned on their masters, the Catan, and with eons of planning and preparing, they struck them down, splitting them into myriads of shards, as they were too powerful to be outright destroyed with any weapon the Necrons had devised. But they were then forced into jails, stasis and tesseract vaults, and thus the Necrons had beaten their Catan masters. But the toll was so high, the carnage so astonishing, that they did not have the power to then defeat those races that were the children of the Old Ones. And thus the Necrons went into a slumber. They wished to hide in the timeless vaults of stasis for millions of years, to simply outwait the Eldari, Jukero and Krork. For they knew that the races would not stand the test of time. And they were right. But why this entire history lesson, when the banner states that we are here to discuss the soul and Psykers? Well, from my perspective, it is impossible to understand the present set of circumstances, the reason why the life of a Psyker is so horrific, their destiny so twisted, without this context. For in the war, in the battle at the beginning of time, the Immaterium was befouled. It was twisted from being the clear waters and wonderful potential of heaven into the hell that is today the warp.
Traitors have disabled the cooling system at Manufactorum HL1736, and the power matrix is heading towards total collapse. We're looking at a blackout cascade if the coolant isn't restored. We can't afford any interruption in production. Get in, access the operations array, and use the cryonic rods to flush the system. That should bring things under control.
Feels like it's squeezing me tight.
Would you rather be cold? Be careful what you wish for.
So this place is a weapons factory? I call dibs on any decent guns lying around.
You're looking for a door release? All right, you're into the ventilation tunnels now.
Who needs guns? Guns need to be made. Or would you prefer defeat?
All right, Judah. You need cryonic rods and you're gonna find those in the control chamber.
Oh, beloved, they won't let us go back. Yes, beloved, they hit it in the head.
Workers have converted this place to a makeshift hub. Rather them than me.
Ends badly for you if you wander off. Follow me.
Push on through the maintenance area until you reach the production line.
Switch inside.
Are we done yet? I need a snooze.
Rest when you're dead.
Starving. All that knows.
In the head, then. Should be a word for that.
Grenade! Moro looks young enough, but he's old. He was at Hades High, and that's centuries ago.
You never know. He might not be human.
Do I care? Let me think. No, I don't.
Keep your pace up and follow the conveyor. It'll bring you to the overseer's office.
Get ready! You can stop shooting the laser!
You do have talent for killing, veteran.
Taking a shot.
Guilty!
You don't want to see the other kind.
You're not from Cadia. You've not seen the other kind. Stairs! It needs recharging!
There is but one! Hellshot inbound! Darking things!
Kill shot!
team.
Suffering's upon me!
Ammo!
That is... Get a grenade!
Ammo!
Right. Get those rods primed and get them in position. Your data interrogators can get the process started.
Yeah? Who's dead? You are!
Online. Data inbound. Continue. Defend.
You asked for this, you did!
Reloading!
The interrogator refuses to work. Recommence.
One. Want to do this?
Your incompetence is showing. The interrogator requires a reset.
Give him the old Kazakin double tap!
I don't think it's there now.
Target interrogator needs restarting!
Iterative phase nearing completion.
Red gunner!
Good work. The chronic rods are waiting for you in the base of the Matrix.
Come on, I love it! Roughnecks on the streets.
Before all their king legs. Dumps all over the place! Only way! Let's go! Woman gate!
afraid the barrel's going to explode!
Follow me! Not a carking bother for one tank factory. Is it really that important?
A 0.5% drop in human rust production would be sufficient to make this war zone irrecoverable.
This is a brutal dream I've created. Maybe I should try to wake up.
Medicare station!
I need that ammunition. Mine!
Time to put those crowded rods to work. That's it. Now get it loaded into place.
They seem quite comfortable. We've killed the hound! I think it's time to kill you!
Will be sweet, but that's for you!
It's very messy. Horrible! Kill it! Kill it!
That's it. Now trigger the system flush. Carking surprise coming right up.
Die for my benefit!
Won't take much more. Authorizing extraction.
Trapper! I've a feeling we'll return. I have dreamt it.
Glad to see you come through. Means I win the bet.
Not one step back!
They're gone for my dream!
Good kill!
be of service? Do you require an additional purchase? Concluding service.
Allow me to maximize the combat potential of your armaments. The machine god is most generous.
Got some bits and bobs if you're interested. I've got the best items.
Must you be so distracting? If you must, I suppose.
The battle never ends, does it?
Rannick has authorized a mission suited to your talents. Oh, very well.
Transaction authorized.
Head to the mission terminal. There's a task on the
Awaiting instruction for transaction subroutine Kappa Gamma 9. Greetings. How may this unit serve? Selection logged for transactional analysis.
Ready to serve. Goodbye.
Let the machine god's blessings be teased forth. Departure acknowledged. Sergeant Major, your operatives' reports lack sufficient data. I must know everything that occurs.
Yeah? Like you're not already listening in to every Vox channel on the Morning Star already?
That has seen more bloodshed than any other world bar none. For all know that the wars on Holy Terra make it the most important and blood-soaked planet in the universe. But it was not always so. For once upon a time, there was a world that was the center of an empire built on one thing, and one thing alone: war. And that world is now called Armageddon. It was what it could always be worse. It was what we said all of the time. Well, not all of the time, but often enough. It was our little code sign. We're stuffed. We're utterly buggered. But we're still here, so it could be worse. I've never known it to get better, ever. From my first days to my last. It never goes up, always down. My own miserable existence proves that. But it could always be worse. It's also now become a bit of a thing, almost a challenge. Can it? Can it really? But fate rises to the challenge. It always, unbelievably, gets worse. I grew up in the Hive, was raised a splitter. We were the local gang, but it was more like a tribe. Like all of the entities amid spires and above called gangs. We had our actual gangs, of course, our warriors, of which I became one. But we defended patches of tunnels, and it got brutal every day. Meat raids were the most dangerous, because when an enemy is dead, right? But you have to get them out of there, so you are slow. Unless you take a hatchet to the matter, but then you leave a fierce trail. Odor and juice drops. Dangerous in the tunnels. But eventually, it was not just the other communities and gangers we fought. Because this was Armageddon. This was the world of war. Orcs, greenskins would pour into the tunnels some years, lowered first, then rising, like they grew in the dark. They came in numbers, but they were stupid. Strong, but stupid. Easy eating. Well, if you got through the initial shock, the first wave was always the worst. Then it happened. Arbites. They came, they locked off the gates, starved us of air. So many died, but the strong survived. When they came in, we were weak. They took most. Some died resisting. Most knew it was worthless to try in this state. Because we knew they were not here to kill us. Not really. Or they'd have left the air off. They wanted us. Only one use for an organized military group. We were to be Astra Militarum. We were in the Guard now. Basic was done in weeks. Uniforms were earned and signed for. Everything was signed for. Most of us just dipped our thumb in the ink and splattered it on the page. We were given the legendary las gun. Trained how to point and fire. Trained in our support equipment. Going outside was dangerous. We listened intently then, I can tell you. And we got armoured vehicles. With more guns. The kind we always dreamed of. But it wasn't much different. We would fight. We would kill. We were just better armed. It could be worse, right? The jungle wars were the answer to that question. Orcs, again, but in close proximity. We'd sweep for them in fanned-out positions. Others bundled up. Those units from higher levels of the Hive. We spread out. Because the greenskin amongst you is real bad. So we shimmied up trees, dug in, hid and waited. Sent off a few to bring them in. We'd gun them down in their heaps. But if they got past our lines of fire, it got messy. Bayonets are great, but these horrors don't die easily. They take a few down with them unless you are in control. But some waves were so dense, so unending, that they took control. Half our number gone in just 3 months. But it could be worse, right? That was when the reinforcements from off-world ended. Less bodies for the meat grinder. Then we heard that the ships were still docked. Nobody was going anywhere. Then it happened. Hordes of pink and blue things, like rattlings if you'd had exposure and had mind fog, spitting flames and killing all. The red beasts, the sword-wielding horned horrors who required volley fire to even slow down. The huge things of nightmare, twisting reality around them, making walls into water and air into acids, culling entire companies in single encounters. We were in the Steel Legion. It didn't matter. Whoever, whatever, wherever. We fight until we drop, and we never drop alone. I don't know how exactly, but we're still here. So, it could be worse, right?
I would have never imagined Red Barn growing to where it is today. I'm amazed every morning when I wake up that it's become what it's become.
Welcome, gentle listener. I am Baldermort, your faithful servant, and I wish to introduce you to the factions, forces, and worlds of the Warhammer 40k setting, the grim darkness of the far future, where there is no time for peace. There is only time for war. And today, we shall be discussing one of the best-kept secrets in the galaxy, one of the most hardened and elite fighting forces in the armies of the Imperium of Man, and the history of a world that has seen rivers of blood of many hues shed on its sands. For today, we discuss the Steel Legion, that redoubtable force of human warriors, and we discuss their home, the world of Armageddon. And it is unique in the galaxy, for it is not where it should be, nor is it called what it should be. For once upon a time, the world was somewhere entirely different, and it was called Alanor. Now that name may breeze straight over the heads of some, but to those who know, to those who mark it, this one name comes like a thunderbolt, for so much is contained in the simple word, Alanor. The world that was the center of the mightiest empire the Great Crusade would ever meet. The world where the Emperor of Mankind almost lost his life to a single Xenos. The world where history was made and the War Master was anointed. Alanor. The planet where destinies are made and shattered. And few other worlds exist or ever have that contain more history, more horror, and more bloodshed than this one place. For if there is one planet in all of the universe that is most likely to be the home of one of the ancient races, it is this. All know where the Eldar lived, where they held their courts and where their horrific hedonism eventually damned them all to hell. The Eye of Terror is where the old Eldar homeworlds were, but the Eldar are not the only race to have survived the war in heaven. The Jakaro are near extinct. The Rashan and Khnib minor inconveniences, rarely seen. But there is another race that came out of that war, that most terrible of all confrontations. And they are as multitudinous as the very stars in the galaxy. There can be no doubt that they easily outnumber all other races in the galaxy, bar perhaps the Tyranids, if they finally arrive in full swing. Even more than the humans, who undoubtedly rule the majority of the space in the galaxy, if not the world. More than even the returning legions of the soulless Necrons. More than the Tau, Eldar, or Krut, or any other Xenos by a country mile. For Alanor may be the home world of the most dangerous race that has ever been seen. The race that is built for war, but more than its contemporaries. The species that was built to enjoy it. The Krork, who are now known as the Orcs. And as such, it is no surprise that this world, this lone planet in space, is like a beacon. It draws aggression, ferocity, and rage across time and space, it seems. For it has not just been the site of multiple wars against the Orcs, but also a hell spot where the border between the real and the warp is so thin that it has been a staging ground for more than one chaos invasion. It is here that Angron walked the ground. It is here that the Imperium's greatest defenders turned on each other. Not during the battle against Chaos, but after it. It is almost as if the very planet exudes a malevolence into the universe. But let us now get into the nitty-gritty and get some form to this discourse.
Reserves of special issue ammunition are currently suboptimal. We shall redress this. The heretics are employing Logistratum, Chasm Station, as a stockpile. This creates opportunity. Once the material has been located, Valkyrie support will be authorized.
In these depths, so far from the Emperor's light.
Maintenance Servitor Hive 164F reports sporadic ventilation failure. Repair ETA uncertain.
Nothing wrong with a bit of chunky air. Gunner, light him up! Striking up! Sees nothing! Stand up, Gunner!
gate is sealed. I fear what carnage may lie beyond.
You lot stick with me, and I'll get you through this.
I feel better already.
Reflector's quarter achieved. Continue, varlets.
Thousands of workers live shoulder to shoulder down here. Eating, sleeping, and all the rest.
Sickening! Engaging! Medicate stations! Those were methods to sustain the tech priest long beyond her allotted span of years.
I thought she was around.
I know one thing. We'll be lucky to live so long.
Something good for the
Sniper! Losing a lot of blood!
You think the martyr's dead?
Paula, kill him! Sniper!
Won't leave you down, boss.
Everyone should have an ogre watching his back.
Paula sighted!
Sniper's dead. I'd say someone might be know why.
But if it's a death by shall guide our aim.
Sell it.
We have more work to do.
Short-serve cannon run!
Hostile! Think this is the way. Eliminating primary target!
Kill the trapper!
Elevator is experiencing minor technical difficulties. Send by other means.
good fella. Little help? You. This way! This way! Get patched up!
How may I be of service? Remain still. It will be...
Salvation!
Maintenance security protocols in effect. Deploy data interrogator. Acceptable quality.
Kill shot drills engaged! Good for you, mutants!
Data stream ceased. You are certain you installed the data interrogator correctly? All systems green. Uplink restored.
Come on, someone get it moving! That's enough, you won't tell it. Drop his gun! Gun riddance! About this righteous duty! Be judged!
As you were.
Eliminating Alpha target! Flamer!
Do try not to make a muddle of this task, varlets.
Barrel's gonna blow! Dying glory! Revenge! Calm yourself! Sniper!
All praise on the side.
220 engaged! God, gunner! No weapons dry as the Witherlands! Trains running overtime, don't they? Ah, I can't fight without ammo! Oh, praise be!
My sole purpose is
Combat stunts!
Once on Registratum supply track Cairo 39, proceed to your destination.
Turn!
Crusher! Die in glory!
We have need of your skill, Temple.
Didn't expect to see you sell it. Rangers,
So perish all the fury of the faith.
engaging critical target!
The razor lies sped!
Got a charger! This way! It's all you go feeling kinship with traitors, big man! Barrel's gonna explode! Engage!
Registrator accessed. Strange sensation. Is it right?
Thanks, soldier. Appreciate it. Ready in kill shot! Step man's click! Cover me! Practice 9 Alpha! Kill it! Check your weapons! Stay back down! Precision fire!
Wait, Timothy!
There can be no mercy. Be judged. The beneficent Emperor has guided our hand this day.
Might make a soldier of you yet.
Close and kill!
Scout shotgunner!
We've got enemy!
Grenade!
Loyalist ID! Shut down the Skyfire, fool! Or we shall search it then!
When did you become so wise? Where's the magic box?
Aid station!
Do hurry up and collect the shine crates. It is why you're here.
Stupid, but efficient. Your damnation eternal!
young or foolish. Aid me!
Let the machine god grant his favor.
I am Baldermort, and I wish to introduce you to the factions of the Warhammer 40k universe. So, let us explore the faction known as the Astra Militarum, better known across the galaxy as the Imperial Guard. The Astra Militarum. They are the true strength and sinew of the Imperium. The Astartes, the Space Marines, or what may be the Boogeyman, the deterrent that is so loudly trumpeted, but mostly at the enemies of the Imperium. In an empire of 1,000,000 worlds, they account for less than one warrior per world. Entire generations of soldiery can live and fight and die, never knowing or witnessing their power, never seeing hide nor hair of them. They are the elite of the Imperium's war machine, and none can state that they are not the best of the best. But as with any army, any nation, they are almost invisible for the better part of any war. It is the humans, the men and women of the human race, that truly defend the Imperium and prosecute its wars. It is the men and women of the Guard who prevent the tides of Xenos and Chaos Corrupted from drowning the realms of men. The Astartes may decapitate the leaders of a Xenos army, but who deals with their endless swarms? Who holds the line against the encroaching waves of Tyrannid, or the tides of greenskins, the legions of the corrupt? It is the Guard. Humans fighting for humans. And there is a great secret at the heart of the Imperial war machine that none speak, none dare. For to even whisper it is seen as treason, but the truth it is nonetheless. Fear. Fear is the greatest weapon of the Imperium. Fear is the greatest gift of the Emperor to mankind. Fear. Through fear, the worker arises from his bed and toils the long hours he is asked. For fear of the Xenos, for fear of tyranny, he or she works their fingers to the bone. Through fear does the parent give up their child to the armies of man. Fear of the ramifications should they not contribute to their race's survival. Through fear does the warrior become faster, stronger, more clear than they have ever been before. Fear is the fuel of the Guard. Fear of what might happen should they break the chain of war for even a second. Fear. But fear is also the crucible by which a human can find a place at the side of the Emperor. For fear is also matched to choice. The Astartes, the post-humans, cannot feel fear. It is said that they cannot truly earn their place at the Emperor's side. It is given by dint of their existence, their training, their ability. For they are not truly human any longer. As soon as the gene seed within them makes them more than human in the ways of war, but also so much less. Would you laud a tank for advancing as directed? Would you praise a gun for firing when its trigger were pulled? Would you thank a missile for landing on target? Nay, for they are weapons of war. They are tools. The Astartes is to the Emperor as the Laius gun or bayonet is to the Guardsman. They sacrifice choice and fear, their very humanity, to become weapons of the holy master of mankind, the Emperor, for they are his angels of death. But as angels of mythology, they are without humanity, for they do not know fear. The secret none speak of is thus: without fear, the sweat running, the breathing deepening, the eyes widening, the shudder down the spine. Without fear, one cannot exhibit or understand bravery. For courage, true human courage, is not the absence of fear, it is its mastery. Only those who fear can know the discipline it requires to master it. Only those who have something to live for, lovers, sons, daughters, friends and family, something to lose. Only they can feel fear. Bravery is feeling the fear from the tips of your fingers to the base of your souls, and then mastering it, defeating it, using it. For those who master their fear, master themselves, and forge their own future, only they can truly call themselves brave. The Astarte goes to the right hand of the Emperor, but will never be as loved as we, his Guard, his worshippers. For we are tested. We earn our place at his side. Only the brave human, the one who stands and truly fights for his family, his world, his race. Only the brave amongst humanity can take that which is given to others. Only they will live forever at the side of the Emperor. The Astra Militarum, we are humanity. We are its shield, and we are its sinew. On 100,000 worlds, in 100,000 battlefields, it is humanity that defends humanity. We are the God. We are the Astra Militarum. And we are the truest children of the Emperor, for we are truly brave. Gentle listener, I have been Baldermort, your faithful servant. If you have enjoyed my brief introduction, welcome, gentle listener. I am Baldermort, and I wish to introduce you to the factions of the Warhammer 40k universe. I hope you enjoyed my introduction to the Imperial Guard, the Astra Militarum. So, now let us explore the faction in more detail. Today, let us discuss one of the most iconic figures in the Guard, but also in the Warhammer 40k setting in its entirety. Today, we shall discuss the Commissars. The entire 221st Born Regiment was present, column after column of Imperial Guard as far as the eye could see, the ranks as deep as an ocean. The parade ground was hard and it was cold, yet none moved. They had been waiting for more than an hour as the one man simply stared at them. Some could barely make him out, but all looked. Commissar Ricard was stood upon a raised platform, alone except for a huge vid display behind him. It dwarfed his form, swathed in black overcoat and black peaked hat as it was. His eyes seemed to be the only thing that anyone could see, but they were enough. They cowed all who met them, no matter the distance. All present knew he was staring at them. Just them. This one man stared down an entire regiment for over an hour before he took 2 steps forward. Upon his moving, the entire sea of men and women before him involuntarily went to take a step backwards, but none actually moved. Ricard's hand was on his bolt pistol, and his reputation stated he could hit someone between the eyes 20 ranks in. None moved. He did not use a vox. He did not need one. His stentorian tones, much higher than his usual speaking voice, would carry to the ears of every man and woman present words that would echo in their ears and be carved upon their hearts from this day onwards. Thus he intoned, "I am ashamed. I am ashamed on your behalf. Never before have I been asked to lower myself so. Never. But I am here. And here you are. Here you are. Your bodies should be festooning the walls of approaches. Your bodies should be heaped before the ramparts of your enemies. Your bodies should be covered in your own and the blood of your enemies. Your souls should be with the Emperor at his side. Your bodies should be awash with medals. Your banners heaving with the pennants of glories fought and won. Yet here you are." When I was handed my posting, I had to read it thrice. The first time was a shock so mighty I could not believe it. The second time I had to stop, due to the tears that drowned my eyes. Tears. The third was to make certain I had read them correctly at all. But there was no mistake. There was no way to misconstrue the message. I am ashamed that I had to ever read the words it contained. I am ashamed for you. Ashamed. You have broken in the face of the enemy. You have refused an order to re-engage. You refuse to embark on your transports. With his hands behind his back, Rickard now drew himself up to his full height, but none met his gaze. His voice began to raise, and it seemed to echo from the very heart of the planet they were now standing on. You will notice that your previous shepherds, your previous officers,
There's a vast cogitator array hidden in the torrent. The heretics use it for gathering intel, so let's exploit that. Security's no joke, but some of the ex-cartel, now Mobian lackey gun hands, will have today's cipher idents. There'll be secondary defenses in the array itself, but nothing you can't handle. Make the Emperor proud.
I grew up in the torrent. Fought like hell to escape, but there's no escaping your past, is there?
All sorts of vermin hide out in the torrent. Looks all right for eating. No worse than Russians.
There should be cipher items in the bazaar. Head that way and scan for them.
I do not fear. Now we are talking. Death upon thy heads! And the blasphemers! Mess! Gunner!
You see those houses? They're older than they look.
For the grandfather! Shoot it! Get back! Exploding barrel!
I once dreamed of living a life of adventure. How foolish we are in our youth. I don't have dreams. Beer. That explains much. Dreams are a form of escape. But for you, there is only the grinding horror of your waking life.
It's not so bad. Keeps you focused.
Until you break.
Don't break. Never has, never will. Get clear of that barrel! Do not be scared, little comrades. I am here. Most gracious of you.
Barrel's going to blow!
Try not to linger in Ragtown. It's dangerous at the best of times.
No guns! A strong bar!
Thank you!
Rage's gone.
One-way trip! Come on!
Ammunition! In the very nick of time!
Decayed!
Talking now!
Did we kill the trapper? Good!
Convert or die! I feel eyes on us always.
Callaghan the knife ran Traders Row when I was last here. Maybe the heretics got there before I did.
Surely the dead cannot feel shame.
much ammunition could a single pilgrim require?
I choose the bed. Look out! Exploding barrel! No more noise from that rager.
I'd give a lot for a guard regiment right now. Even more for a platoon of Cadians. I'm sure you'll do your comrades proud, roughneck.
They give more medals in guard. I like guard.
Don't fear the truth! The one truth guides me!
The enforcers watch the people. The arbiters watch the enforcers. Who watches the Inquisition? A force race!
sufficient. But we have the cipher ident.
Call the elevator, but watch your back. Trust me.
I'm okay. Yes. Survivor, explicator. I like that.
Mine was a winding path, one that led through darker places than this.
As you prefer.
I wonder if the puzzle realizes how close and outlaw fighting will get to making it.
I fear she will sell each of us before she could turn a profit.
Too much for me. Dead rage.
The cartel's ragged team used to bring traitors out here and throw them over the side.
Give thanks to the beneficent Emperor!
Ammo!
Barrel's going to
Sir, you are shouting. A dead explosion may have deafened you.
Sorry, cannot hear. Think I might be dead. No, wait. That shrapnel is here. That's better.
The rocks! Take you!
Cover me, worthless worms. There will be death.
You've got to all get back together before going further.
For the Emperor! I am a
Good! A healing station!
Medical station!
Barrel's going to blow.
No problem. Just input the cipher ident and we'll see what happens. Those security stacks will block the data upload.
showing. The interrogator requires equipment.
Well struck.
All praise the Messiah. Uplink is restored. Do try not to make a much of this task, varlets. You have successfully reconnected. Now maintain connection. Systems green. Uplink restored. Data interrogation rate acceptable.
Engaging war protocols.
The interrogator has crashed. Restart. Interrogation approaching completion.
Writing your instructions. Good work.
Righteous duty!
So much for green fire.
Weapon is empty! Clone
I can improve your armaments, if motivated. Departure logged.
Unit ready to serve. Can I assist you further?
From the forge cometh miracles. From miracles cometh deliverance. It is done. The work is complete.
I've got some good stuff here.
Later.
I am not cheerless. Your mind simply cannot comprehend my sublime humor.
Yeah, alright. I'm totally convinced I am honest.
This is because I will not blame the flock for the failings of their shepherds. If I had, you would not be here. The huge, but they stood, transfixed, as the mutilation and death poured itself into their souls via the receptacles of their eyes. Nor could they escape. I stand, surrounded by the dead, the dying, mired in mud. Every inch of my body screams under the fatigue, the cramps, the pain. We have stood in these trenches for days, firing when they charge, snapping off our shots with discipline, but with a desperation brought on by the constant waves of their assault. We can hear them shouting, preparing their next one. The orcs. They are coming again. They are coming. We spent days here, unsupported, uncared for, holding, standing. It's all we can do. Stand and fire, fire and stand, rinse and repeat. The no man's land between us is piled with their dead, and yet they still come. Reinforcements were promised 5 hours ago. There won't be anything for them to reinforce if they don't pull their fingers out. Then, inevitably, they arrive. The orcs charge again. But this will be the last time. There are too many of them, and too few of us. We cut down the greenskin line troopers, as we have for a score of assaults. But behind them, coming out of the dusty, dirty hellscape, armoured orcs. They're elites, and our lasgun fire barely scratches them. Taking between 5 to 10 of us to concentrate down one alone, they lurch towards us in a slow run. They will hit, and we will die. Curse Central Command. Curse them. Where are our... My mind goes blank and my mouth yawns open. My jaw drops at the spectacle I now see before me. Lasfire now strikes the orcs, but it starts to cut them in half, blowing huge chunks off them, melting them in their armour. Those aren't our guns, not standard las guns. They cannot be. Then I near soil myself as a huge hand clasps my shoulder. But it's not green. As I flick my eyes to it, it's brown. And I follow the hand up the arm and into the eyes of a man. A man a foot taller than me, both wide and tall it seems. His visor is up as he winks at me. Hogging the best spot, soldier. By turn, eh? And I stumble as his arm firmly moves me backwards. I stagger and sit on the blocks at the bottom of my trench. Then I look up and down the line as they fire in unison, and the orcs die. Our reinforcements. They have heavy carapace armor, hotshot lasguns. All of them are 6'5" and more. Kasakin. Sweet holy Emperor on terror. They have sent Kasakin. The orc heavies are cut in half, but the boys behind charge hard. They are about to hit the lines when I see a beautiful sight. A holy sight. As the Kasakin launch themselves over the top and countercharge them. The greenskin filth almost seem happy about this for a second, screaming their bellows at the shock troops as they charge to meet them. But the orcs are not able to bully boy the Kasakin, who are near their own size, sometimes stronger. And the Kasakin are armed with power swords, flails, and all sorts of melee antiques or rare weaponry, and they cut the orcs and stomped them into the ground before ducking back into the trenches, ready for the next attack. They slaughtered them. They slaughtered greenskins in close combat. The same man who replaced me in the line, he jumps back into the trench next to me. He beams down at me with his near toothless grin. So many little enamelled hinges lost in previous battles. His body must be a patchwork of scars to match his face, his mouth. He simply states, "Okay, soldier, it's going to get hairy here now. Main push from the scum, so we've been told. That's why we're here. Best you take your lads back. Get a breather. We might need your help later, eh?" I nod. Although I am pretty certain nothing the orcs throw at them will make much odds. For they are the best of humanity, the best of Cadia. And wherever they fight, they bring back the old war cry. Unholy Emperor. It brings a rush to just hear it. Not screamed in panic, not shouted like some talisman, but torn from their very hearts. A statement of fact. Cadia stands!
Enlisted is a large-scale multiplayer first-person shooter featuring infantry, ground vehicles, and
where there is no time for peace, there is only time for war. Don't forget, we have a natural history and mythology channels now. Links in the description. Now, let us proceed. For today, we shall be taking a brief look into some of the most ardent, dangerous, and skilled of all the non-enhanced warriors of the Imperium, the Cadian Kasakin shock troops. The Kasakin hail from the dead world of Cadia, previously the jewel in the crown of the defences around the Eye of Terror. Yet, their military traditions did not end with the destruction of their homeworld. For Cadia was a prolific war world and sent regiment after regiment out into the universe, into the wars of the Imperium across the stars. Now, in effect, the Kasakin would seem to be very similar to the Tempestus Scions, the shock troops of the human non-enhanced warriors. Yet the difference comes from the way they are found, trained and fielded. For the Scions are almost universally despised by the standard troops of the regiments of the Astra Militarum, the Imperial Guard. Whereas the Kasakin are well-respected squads amongst these forces. Strange, one might think, as they perform an almost identical role. But the devil, as they say, is always in the detail. For the Tempestus Scions are orphans raised in select training camps known as the Schola Progenium. Orphans of high-ranked officers of the Guard, they are hard-bitten fanatics, as brutally trained and indoctrinated as the Sisters of Battle, the priesthood, or even the Commissariat. They are a cut above, in their eyes, and in those of the upper command, and they let it show. Cold and stern warriors without pity or mercy, they will execute their own as fast as the enemy, should they find them wanting in their estimations. Yet the Kasakin are utterly different, as they are homegrown, so to put it. They are not seen by their brothers-in-arms as aloof, uppity, or especially coddled, like the Scions, and they are taken from the rank-and-file soldiery of the Cadian army. The Kasakin are a formation akin to grenadiers of Napoleonic period armies. They are identified while in training as a white shield, and only the most able
provided falsified recon data for upload to the Heretics Cogitator array. Your servo skull will aid you in acquiring the necessary cipher idents. Reach the array. Upload my exquisite data forgery. Extract. It is well within your capabilities.
The faithful need neither riches nor comfort. Cleanliness, however.
Wasn't much better before the heretics moved in. Trust me on that.
No laws here! Stay alert!
Big slime in those nets. Good eating, no?
If you relocate to the bazaar, you should be able to scan for cipher idents.
We march into the beneficent Empress site!
Do not approach!
Time for a grenade!
Clearly, the pillar's pest control measures are ineffective against indigents.
Hostile! Right path, keep moving. Medicaid. Bad things lurking like me. There are things out there far worse.
Stop the ring! Kill that ring! Never know where I stand with that sick priest.
She is loyal to the God Emperor, although she misnames him.
You lost me.
Audio is still connected. We continue to broadcast.
Heretic rage is dead and gone.
Lights will guide us.
You didn't sell it. Good work. Take you. This place is falling apart good and proper. In a couple of centuries.
Racktown waypoint achieved. Progress satisfactory. That no worthwhile trade was conducted here.
I'll have it. This place bad, right through.
We shall cleanse it.
Got me some ammo.
Mutant is bad, yes?
What are they?
Humanity is made in the Emperor's image. Shun those who deviate from his great
Scriptures!
design.
Just don't go shooting navigators or sanctioned sagas. You get in trouble for that.
Ammo!
Corner!
Big land stop send!
Here they come!
Acquire the cipher ident. Make haste.
Enemies in cover!
Auspex scan beginning. Remain in close proximity. This is the primary search location. Deploy your Auspexes and remain alert for data points.
Wait, slides our forces!
The servo scan awaits your data. I await your compliance. Getting slower, inefficient. But we have the cipher ident. The elevator appears intact. Try to survive until it arrives.
zone must have grown weak in their corruption.
The criminal becomes a heretical all too easily. It has happened before.
Power unearned is a swift route to corruption. Never knock the pilot unless you want to crash.
I don't know. Leave it alone! Stop the voices!
Evade the minorities! Demon Hope!
You need to group together.
Lost. The voices. Someone stop the voices. You're not real. You're not real. You're not real. Yes, yes, of course I'll do whatever you say. Who am I? The voices. Stop the voices.
I see you!
Access denied. Employ Cypher ident. The security stacks must be bypassed. Data retrieval site identified. Varlets. Data interrogation rate acceptable. Interrogator status inoperative. Remedy reboot. Successfully reconnected.
Come on, someone get it moving!
I can only imagine you attempted random inputs until it worked. But it is now working. Your incompetence is showing. The interrogator requires a reboot. inbound. Continue. Defend.
Plenty for everybody!
Try not to make a muddle of this task, varmints.
Restore the God Emperor's data interrogator.
Parameters almost Extraction approved. Depart.
How may I serve? Function terminated.
I shall tend thy relic, varlet. Go. There is killing to be done.
Oh, what now? Don't make it quick.
Spartan. Now originally, the designation of Grenadier was used for a soldier of Earth that had the strength to hurl the quite heavy early grenades, so the largest and strongest soldiers were chosen. As technology developed and the grenades themselves became slightly smaller, lighter, size became less of a requirement for their effective use. Yet the Grenadier units were still made up of the most bulky and violent of the army's soldiers. Of the Warhammer 4. I hope you enjoyed my introduction to the Imperial Guard, the Astra Militarum, and the subsequent video on the Rattlings. So, let us now explore that Militarum Auxilia in more detail. The Militarum Auxilia is the collection of forces that cannot honestly be called human any longer. Yet they are barely tolerated in the Imperium, as they could be used in the forces of the Imperium's armies, often to great effect. Today, let us discuss the largest of all abhuman strains commonly seen in the Auxilia. Let us discuss Ogrins. They come from a past of colonies that had settled on worlds that could sustain life, but had substantially different climes and gravity norms that have slowly changed the baseline form into one that is more appropriate for survival on that planet. When the Great Crusade went out into the galaxy and discovered and subsequently converted or conquered all of the worlds it came across, they eventually found the worlds populated by the Ogrins. The Ogrin worlds were universally higher than normal gravity and exceptionally difficult climes and conditions. Barren and hard worlds where little sustenance could be gained through agriculture, and very often with incredibly dangerous indigenous predatory animals. There was also a very recurrent theme in them. Often the ancient archives and the very structures of the most antiquated buildings of the cultures were patently incarceration facilities. Yes, the Ogrins are the descendants of the most vicious criminals produced by the enlightened period of the Age of Technology, when humanity was at its absolute cultural and technological zenith. Yet still, there were elements in that society so recalcitrant, so desperately wrong, that the only possibility of managing their baser instincts was to put them in a prison world, a huge jail. The specifics of each world did seem to differ across the galaxy, no consistency being prevalent in any of the myriad worlds that the Crusade encountered, but the results were almost universal, standard and documentable. They produced the Ogrins. But what is an Ogrin? One might think that Ogrins would be akin to the classic fairy tale and parable of a huge humanoid monster with a rapacious appetite for babies, equipped with a mean streak wide enough to park a battleship on. A creature that takes as much pleasure out of inflicting pain and injury as it does to sate its insatiable, rapacious hunger. The kind of nightmare entity that would bite the head off a fluffy wabbit and spit it onto the ground, just to see the look of shocked angst that would be conjured from said fluffy wuffy's owner. You would not be far from the truth in many regards. They are hulking brutes many feet taller and wider than a normal human. They have skin so tough that it can turn most injury or blades off without so much as a bruise. Their strength is a terrifying thing to behold and is many times that of a baseline human. But the Ogrin is not the ogre of classic fable. Ogrins are very hot-headed, and their most experienced emotion is indeed anger. They can fly into unquenchable rages at what others would consider the slightest of provocations, sometimes with no explanation whatsoever that can be discerned. Their rampages can be astonishingly destructive, and any attempt to mollify them can end in a head being popped or a vehicle being upended. Nobody but a larger Ogrin will approach one when it is in the midst of a rage. But that is again where the similarities to the classic ogre end. Ogrins do not have layers, as some might say, for they are as stupid as they are large. As the environment and conditions they were exposed to over thousands of years took its toll, the need for size, resilience, and strength outweighed the need for intellect or problem-solving attributes. In the barbaric and incredibly difficult circumstances they faced, only the largest, strongest, and most aggressive would be able to survive. Humanity is intrinsically tribal, so the inmates of these planets did stay in some form of a society, as they are still human, but the conditions utterly changed their very biology. Thus did the mind of the Ogryn devolve into a thing of very, very limited ability. Hence they are not akin to ogres, as they simply do not have the mental capacity for malice or spite.
It's a brand new exclusive event with all your...
Although they are dangerous to have amongst the camp, they are far from what most would describe as evil. Even an orc boy or grot would beat them hands down in any match of intellect or cunning. Think more of Mice and Men, and less Dungeons and Dragons, and you will not be far off the mark. Alas, they do still suffer from rage, however. Ogryns have such pitifully low intellect that they are difficult to use effectively in combat situations. The consequences of issuing multiple stage orders, such as something as simple as "take that hill and hold it," will elicit either a wide-eyed vacuous dribbling stare, or could evoke a confusion that might trigger a rageful state as Ogryn gets frustrated at such a convoluted proposition. An order to line up in front of an oncoming enemy is usually the most that one should ever give to a unit of Ogryns without one of their own leaders present. This will form an immovable bastion of flesh and muscle that will neither retreat nor run from any enemy whatsoever. Alas, when the enemy starts to flank the line, then the simple instinct to turn to the side or to form a circle or square will be utterly lost on the Ogryns. But they will hold that line no matter what happens. Ogryns are incredibly faithful to the Imperial cult and literally believe that the Emperor is watching over them at all times. The Ogryns believe that the orders given by a commissar or officer literally come from the Emperor himself. They believe that he tells the officers what to do, and so their orders are from their god. Thus is their ardour for the fray far more than most, and always they burn with the kind of zeal that any chaplain, commissar, or priest of the ecclesiarchy would be envious of in their own regiments. They do have their own sergeant equivalent, called boneheads. Whilst in recruitment or training, if an Ogryn has displayed a keen intellect far in excess of the norm, like being able to understand entire sentences of Gothic, or even the smarts to turn and face a new enemy when outnumbered, or perhaps, just perhaps, an ability to count beyond 2, then they are swiftly rushed off to be trained and enhanced. Such raw mental power cannot go to waste after all. Those chosen are then given robust but very intricate cybernetic augmentations and chemical enhancements called BONE, B-O-N-E, which stands for Biochemical Ogryn Neural Enhancements, hence being dubbed boneheads. With this dazzling increase in cognitive processing, Ogryn boneheads are able to understand even 2-part instructions and used to maintain order in the ranks as, after all is said and done, Ogryns in a battle or rage can only be managed by other Ogryns. Anyone else trying to intervene, as stated, is likely to become a pate in short order. Often used as bodyguards, their primitive minds can understand, over time, that they need to defend their charge. Anyone with an Ogryn bodyguard is either exceptionally high in rank, amazingly talented, or very well connected indeed. For the Ogryn will stand in front of gunfire, will throw itself onto grenades, or break anything or anyone that comes within spitting distance of their charge. Alas, their lack of cognitive skills means that they are very difficult regiments to use effectively. Oh, but when they are placed in the hands of a capable commander, the results can be staggering. There are actually a few roles that Ogryns may be utilized in with exceptional results, but I may go into more detail on them in the future. The most basic are that of heavy close-range support and that of holding the line, or shock assault units par excellence, which is most often done by Bulgarians. To quote, Bulgrins. The most obstinate Ogrins, known as Bulgrins, are clad in custom-made armor and carry crude assault weaponry that capitalizes on the abhuman's stature and resilience. Some wield power mauls and buckler-like brute shields, while others march to battle carrying simple but effective slab shields, locking together to form a mobile defense line. So deployed, these units provide their comrades with a wall of walking cover as they advance. Bulgrins take their duties very seriously, and will often form a line at the slightest sound of gunfire, which can be most inconvenient in crowded trenches. Yet guardsmen advancing behind a Bulgrin squad swiftly forget such mishaps as shots whine harmlessly from the Ogrins' shields, leaving these soldiers crouched in their lee unharmed. Needless to say, casualties are high among the abhuman themselves, but the close-range bombardments of their grenadier gauntlets exact brutal revenge soon enough. The foe are left reeling and shell-shocked even before the maul-wielding Ogrins charge into their midst and bludgeon the survivors to a red paste. The Ogrins of the Anarch Zeta 81st Immovables Regiment have gained a reputation for holding their position no matter how much punishment they take. This strength is also their greatest weakness, as in lieu of new orders they will remain rooted to the spot, even if an outflanking force has rounded their shield wall. The Immovables are therefore often teamed with squads of rattling snipers. The diminutive sharpshooters lie in wait behind their giant abhuman cousins out of sight of the foe. As the enemy approaches the immovable wall, the rattlings open fire from their protected positions before quickly redeploying as the tides of battle shift. End quote. So, one can see the invaluable contribution that Ogrin regiments and units can make to our overall war effort of humanity. When all is said and done, a line of immovable slab shield-toting Ogrins is a wall that simply cannot be passed without ordnance or special weaponry being brought to bear on them. Now pouring from the cathedral at the highest center. The tides of red twisted spiked flesh and gnashing teeth that issued forth. An assault on the senses, an assault on his sensibilities. Ricard had led his men over the walls of the hive in Toroxes into the very heart of the demon infestation. He looked again, and his men stood behind him. They had the heavily armored personnel carriers, a large contingent of the hulking but simple Ogrin, and the remains of the third-born mechanized infantry. Ricard had a long history with the troops of Born. They knew him well. He had turned them around, found mutineers and a formation known for cowardice, and reforged them, broken them, and rebuilt them. And they knew his mind. At the head of his forces, he turned around and said the words they all knew were coming. Time for the ladder! And so they formed up. They knew what to do. They were about to perform what the lads called Ricard's ladder, the do-or-die formation. The hive called Pandora had been the initial point of a hellgate being opened, a doorway between the real world and the dimension known by most who knew of it as the Warp. There demons of all variety of diverse evil abode, and when the tear was ripped through the veil, they flooded through. The planet had been all but overrun, but one formation of Astra Militarum had held, had pushed forward, and was even now poised to assault the well-torn reality that was the open gate. The greater demon had been defeated by the intervention of the Legion of the Damned, and one single corridor, one Achilles' heel, had been thrown open. As the leader of the invasion died, the demon banished back to whence it came, the demonic hordes became directionless. The one thrust toward the center of their new domain was unnoticed, and thus was not countered. The walls of the hive were no obstacle to the thoraxes, which just magnetized their treads and went up them and then over. As the force collected in the main square before the march towards the center of the hive where the cathedral was, they took up their new positions. Huge hulking Ogryn were placed at the sides to keep the tides of evil that would assail them from every alleyway, every thoroughfare that connected with this processional pathway. But they were good for this. Even the Ogryn could walk along in a line to either flank and just mulch anything that came at them. In the middle of the formation, the APCs would reside. From there, they would half be facing forward, firing their battle cannons and other weaponry above the heads of the infantry. The other half would be reversing up from behind them, facing backwards and doing exactly the same. The infantry, the
I am a lodestone for blockheads today.
Hail and farewell.
Attention! There are new combat parameters in transit of HL-1611.
Your next assignment is a sanctioned redactors in HAB Zone HL 1866. The Torrent to some. End waypoint is Judicial Enforcement Station TM8707. The target can be found within. Approach is to be made through the underhabs. Try to preserve the element of surprise.
Underbelly of civilization, if you want to call it that.
Wait till a dozen habs get pumped through here. Hopefully you'll be gone by then.
I fear for the souls of those who must dwell here.
First waypoint established. Find Ascender D16 to access the streets. Maintenance area HL 1866 D16. It is in shoddy repair.
Snipers down!
His light will guide us, even into this The hour of thy death is upon!
I can see you! Well, simply, I don't like to pull my weight like the Imperium that have lived fought.
The governor of this planet failed our people.
Behold, another slave ranger!
I have a bad feeling about this mission.
You ever had a good feeling?
Have you noticed anything unusual about Zolan?
I cannot say that I have. But again, I am not in the habit of prying into other people's thoughts.
At least not if anyone's asking. Let us simply say that she seems even more unreasonable. If that's possible.
Perhaps I should offer to pray with her.
Perhaps. One way or another, she's bound to be better off.
I have a gift for you!
Be judged.
I see a sharpshooter!
You have reached the Ascender D16 only a fraction later than you should. Well done.
I see you, Gunner!
Frederick's dead. My guy positioned for some ammunition. If you have anything to spare, that is.
Assessment. Ambush. Weaknesses? Well, that's up to you.
Yes, we're all very impressed. See, your aim is strong. Your children!
Come, pilgrims, lighten your souls.
Were I to unburden my darkest thoughts, your tiny mind might explode.
Faster, fight smarter. Can you do that?
different to most.
I have something of an outcome. It is true. I have been
One down, thousands to go.
Fine work, sibling.
Diamante!
bugs beneath my heel. You need aid, sibling.
Fox flavor is slain! You fight well, freak! The beneficent Emperor's spirit clearly moves within you!
Oh, no wonder I feel so bloated.
This is a place of virtuous trade, I will wager.
That heretic, they will fight you anyway.
What say you to us recharging that contraption?
Medicaid station!
Holy ammunition!
We should redress our wounds.
Congratulations, varlets. You have reached Judicial Enforcement Station TN8707. I never doubted you.
Hush! It's dead!
Ammunition! In the very nick of time!
Continue. Seek Magistrate Juliet TN8707.
The flavor is gone!
Praise the Emperor's beneficence! Ammunition!
Now the trapper is gone! You should probably come back.
100 rotten souls are coming for us.
Ammunition!
Seek their eyes! You are wearing that most disagreeable Medicare station? It's not like you to be downhearted. I think I like it.
Our path is dark and deep.
Proceeding.
I do wonder about Zola. Her thoughts are jumbled up and often contradict them.
Trust you!
Her presence is entangled with the shadows of her past.
I suspect she is more fragile than she seems.
Trust you!
It's a fraction of my pain.
Judgment hellhound!
I will not lose control. I will not. Start the hatred. Do your thing.
Ammo crates!
A grenade! May it smite our foes!
Group up and you will fare better. Sanction Redactor's target is on a different floor. Attention, elevator.
Quail insect!
yet be that this world must be cleansed by Bjarka's blessings.
What is Kamikaze Station?
Now, burn it all! The first resort of the fanatics!
Elevator access denied.
bad you require all the ammunition.
So quickly, the trappings of law and order fall into decay.
There's been no law down here for a long time. Only cartel justice.
Failed enforcers must be punished for their crimes!
You cannot fight the inevitable!
Sanction Redactor's target confirmed. Varlets.
Let it be! This chance for you! Barely feeling this! Your end is nigh! Stop the unbelievable! Will that rod take you?
Greetings, operative. Will there be anything else? I will assist.
machine god grant his favor. A new marvel is awoken. Praise the Omnissiah. Our prayers have been answered. I trust you are pleased. Let the machine god's blessings be teased forth. The machine god is most generous.
Two ranks as wide as could be managed, and 5 deep. This was at the front, but the back also. But they would walk backwards, doing what the front were doing, but in reverse. With the ranks now prepared, the ladder began. Rickard walked to the front of the force, 5 paces ahead of his dense blocks of men and machinery, even in front of the side Ogrin. From there, he raised his sword and steadily walked forward. All followed suit. When the hordes of chaos beasts began to close, he would stop. He edged a line in the ground with the flat of his blade, indicating that the enemy would not pass that line, but also to show that they would fire from this position for a short period. It was a rung on the ladder. Rickard then raised and lowered his sword, indicating when each rank of those behind him should fire. As his blade dipped up and down, those laying down, then those crouching, then those standing, all fired one after another. A near constant barrage of ranked fire barked out from the lasguns in volleys that laid all in front of them waste. For if the shots of the first rank failed to stop anything, the next two would do it, or the combined efforts of all. Rickard judged when they had culled enough, had made enough space to take another step on the ladder. He would then take about 5 to 10 paces forward, in which time those behind should advance slowly and calmly at his pace. He would then get to the next rung of the ladder and repeat the process, digging a line in the ground again. The heavy firepower of the thoraxes and the massed volleys of the lasguns smashed all in front of them. Then they would advance again. The ladder was slow going and incredibly risky. Densely packed like a nut. If anything cracked the nut, no room to move, to retreat, to withdraw, or to countercharge. The forces of chaos would wipe them out to a man. But nothing killed the enemies of the Emperor more quickly or more effectively than the ladder. The Born troops also had suffered many casualties, so those who remained had an abundance of clips for their lasguns. It was another prerequisite of the ladder, for if they ran dry, it would mean the fixed bayonets would come into play, but that would signal their destruction. These were chaos forces, demons from the lowest, most twisted and hateful blood-drenched levels of hell. The forms of the demons changed as the ladder progressed. It went from twisted cultists assailing the sides, easily brushed away by the Ogren flanking forces, but now dog-like quadrupedal red hellhounds were rushing at them in ever-increasing numbers, only to be replaced by the taller humanoid forms, wielding twisted and serrated blades. All the while Rickard stood out in front, those directly behind him firing to his sides. If they should fail, if they should not shoot accurately, and some get through, the Commissar was a dead man. And despite how much he was feared, he was also respected. They fired true. At one point in the ladder, Rickard felt that the men were not firing fast enough, so he actually got to his place and turned his back on their enemy, while bobbing his blade up and down swiftly, all the time glaring at his men, just glaring at them, while all of the legions of hell were pouring at them from just over his shoulder. But after the waves were culled faster, he did not do this again. And thus the ladder moved ever onwards, the rear being assailed every bit as ferociously as the front. There was no second during all of this slow procession that there was not the deafening scream and thunder of war from all around them. It seemed to be working, and working well, for they had come most of the way. It had taken the better part of 3 hours of slowly walking, standing and firing, then walking again, then firing. But they were making it. But then the hard thing happened. All knew of it. All feared it. Whenever the ladder was used, as stated, there were weaknesses, and they began to plume amidst the densely packed ranks to cruel effect. For the Chaos Forces now brought up 2 new forms of madness. The cathedral doors flashed a deep, dark, wet red, as the ground itself then shook. Huge monstrous beasts, seemingly made of metal, like bulls of steel and brass, stampeded forward. Many were smashed by the battle cans of the thoraxes. Many more were hit by volley after volley of lasgun fire, like a million small fireworks being thrown at them. Individually, these shots did seemingly nothing, but combined, they were the death of 1,000 cuts. They were like being drowned in tiny explosions, like a child using a lens to burn insects in the midday sun. The collection of them made the metallic beasts heat and burn and then explode. Alas, as stated, That is when huge balls of infernal flame began to plume amidst the tight-formed ranks and columns, and men burnt to a crisp. Unable to evade or even duck effectively due to how densely they were packed, no give at the sides or to the rear, the explosions hurt badly. Ricard swiftly reacted and himself turned, slashing his sword again so that his men knew to withdraw. As the men turned and regrouped, the thoraxes advanced slowly and fanned out, making an impenetrable wall at the front. They moved forward slowly, smashing into warp horrors. The infernal fires did melt some of the armor, but not the majority. The infantry now behind the transports, but firing at anything that got too close or on top of them. A new wave of metal bulls, these blood crushers of corn, barreled out of the cathedral, passing the lines of strange cackling things launching balls of fire into the guards. It seemed to be a standoff the guard were losing. For the bulls were a threat to the armor, but could not be taken down without the ranked fire. But the ranks would be culled in moments if they came out from behind the thoraxes due to the skull cannons. Nor could they dally. For every second the gate was open, more filth ran into the streets and gutters before them. If they stopped, they died. Commissar Ricard and his men were assailed on all sides. Would they make it out alive? And now, gentle listener, it is time to forge the narrative. Our brave Astra Militarum guardsmen are in a desperate pickle. Will they move forward and close the gate? Will Commissar Ricard come up with a wave to victory? Or will they be surrounded, worn down, and crushed beneath the foot of the demons of the blood god Khorne? You decide! At the end of this video, please go to the comments section and put in 2 letters for your vote. Then please comment on a separate entry, as this makes it easier when it comes to the counting. Who are the true defenders of the Imperium? And so, as usual, for the very basics, let us lean on existing wisdom. To quote Lasguns: the demolisher, the vanquisher, even the...
When you have these woke revolutions, it
missile launcher, pale in comparison to the sheer firepower of trillions of lasguns, unleashing hell in unison. Captain Garius Septus of the 263rd Maccabean Janissaries. The lasgun, also sometimes referred to as a las rifle, is a direct energy anti-personnel weapon used by the military forces of the Imperium of Man, and it is the most common and widely used type of laser weapon in the galaxy. It is standard issue for the Adeptus Mechanicus Cybernetic Skitarii Infantry, all Astra Militarum rank and file infantry, and most junior Astra Militarum officers. Lasguns are reliable, easy to maintain and to produce, and are readily available on most Imperial worlds. A lasgun has a longer range than a las pistol, but is nowhere near as powerful as a las cannon, nor does it possess the rapid-firing qualities of the multi-laser or the Hellgun. Though not as powerful as kinetic projectile weapons such as the ubiquitous bolter, the lower cost of production, the lack of requirement for ammunition production and resupply, make the lasgun the best choice for the larger forces of the Imperial Guard. The lasgun uses a small portable capacitor power pack to produce a focused pinpoint laser beam, which is strong enough to take an ordinary human arm off with one shot. But it is not as effective against the more durable alien bodies and stronger types of personnel armor. A lasgun's beam also cauterizes the wounds it inflicts due to the immense heat given off by the shot. The lasgun is effective when used en masse, but considerably less effective when used alone. The lasgun uses the same basic technology and operates along the same lines as other laser weapons, emitting a beam of high energetic, focused, coherent photons. The high amount of energy carried by the photons of the beam cause the immediate surface area of a target to be vaporized in a small explosion. It is a relatively unimpressive weapon when compared to many of the other high-tech weapons available in the galaxy, but it is capable of cleanly severing limbs and potentially even piercing the power armor of a space marine, but usually only through a vulnerable spot in the armor, and please take that with a pinch of salt. Most lasgun designs have iron sights mounted along the top of the weapon. It is powered by a small rechargeable power pack located beneath the weapon and in front of the trigger guard, which can be recharged in a number of ways, including by sunlight. These power packs can also be overcharged, a trick used by Imperial Guard veterans, which causes the pack to explode, turning the weapon into a makeshift grenade. This tactic is only used in last-ditch situations, and it results in destruction of the weapon. Lasguns have numerous power settings for adjusting the power of each shot and to conserve power, resulting in a weaker laser shot fired. The weapon can be overcharged with a hotshot laser capacitor pack, providing more powerful but fewer shots. The lasgun mounts a bayonet lug, allowing the weapon to be fitted with bayonets or combat knives. The sniper variant of the lasgun, known as the long las, is the preferred weapon of the Imperial Guard's sharpshooters. The barrel of the long las is extended to bolster their weapon's accuracy. The barrel requires replacement after every 20 to 50 shots, depending on the power setting and cooldown time. For this reason, the long las is outfitted with a slide lock barrel, which is easily locked and unlocked from the weapon's housing. The standard lasgun pattern used by the Imperial Guard is known as the M35 M Galaxy pattern, first put into use in 2546-789 Millennium 35, although thousands of variant models, marks and patterns exist. The Cadian shock troops, for example, commonly bear the M36 Contrail pattern las rifle, originally manufactured on Contrail as the name suggests, which is a weapon known for its sheer robustness.
The heretics have seized Chasm Terminus. Let's make that work for us. Access the station's auto-scheduler, and you can redirect a train. And its arch-heretic passenger. That passenger is vital to the enemy's battle plans. Take them out.
Soldiers, you do the God Emperor's work!
You're not here to mingle. Keep moving. These fortifications won't last against a real assault. We need to change things up. You can splice into the auto-scheduler from the nearby marketplace. Expect resistance.
What a glorious freaking day! find another way out.
Die for the sex! Yes!
We must charge it. Zero shall be your great property. This your best weapon. Shine. Scream! Prayer's kept me intact all these years. Don't knock what works.
Promising so far. We need to access the auto-scheduler. Let your data interrogators.
Bloody thing!
Our sanction redactor's target is about to have a terminal surprise. Assuming you get there in time.
They are blinded by their sin. We shall strike from shadow.
We do what we must. There can be no quarter in this war.
It's time for alien vengeance. Guides my hand, the brother is slain.
Went down easy as Russian. Track C77's dead! Great shot, Connor!
Trap us today.
Behold, the station! The time for battle is at hand! Iron judgment!
Righteous duty. That sound sends a shudder down my spine.
Recon shows the target's inbound. You need to hurry up.
Heads! Boss man, I can show Empress!
Might I petition you for ammunition if you have anything to spare?
Yes. Behold how the Imperium rewards loyalty. How it will reward you.
This way! All muscle, no brain!
Trapper's dead!
Needed!
Stand fast, slug! Ammunition, now!
Close and kill!
Find your wounds, Templar!
Close and kill! Helicase station! Helipack down! This way! Show the chopper the Emperor's mercy!
Time's almost up. Get across the section now!
Ammo crates! Out of ammo! Did you think our path would be easy?
Ammo crate.
Trappers down! You have been shot! Your judgment! Trap you! Oh. Need medicare!
The Mobian traitors are attempting to sabotage the arterial rail lines.
I'm confused! What are we killing again?
You do everything I do.
Dragon crane! Time to be medical workers! Request